Alrighty, looks like we might be live and alive. Let's see what we got going on here. Excuse me. Got to get a drink of water here. Water has been drunk. Alrighty. Knocking over shit because, of course, we are. That's all right. It'll live. So, welcome everybody. So, what we're going to be doing today is a little bit different from what we normally do. Is I think part of my critique that I've had of anti-intellectual pseudo-intellectuals, a lot of them have talked about to some degree or another in the past or not this idea of wokeness, and it relates very strongly on the non-academic side. So I've been looking mostly at the semi-academic side now, where maybe think about this, how this anti-intellectualism spreads from the so-called woke area, or the academic woke area, to the non-academic. And one of the things I wanted to do is dispel the notion that's been established by these types that, you know, woke is bad, woke produces bad work, because that's one of the primary claims that they use to push forward their anti woke ideology and blah blah blah, is that these ideas at their core are evil, wrong, terrible, stupid. And part of the reason why they are evil, wrong, terrible, and stupid is because of, well, they're woke, and they produce bad things. Go woke, go broke kind of sentimentality. You've seen this a lot in the gaming space, the movie space, basically anything that has even the remotest hint of non-conservative ideological positions, or anything that I wouldn't even say is apolitical, because that's not a thing. Um, People who say that are being disingenuous to the nth degree. They are being incredibly disingenuous, and I do not appreciate that level of lying. So, what I figured we'd do is let's take a look at, as it says here, woke writers don't suck, and I will debate and analyze and debate with anybody who wants to debate this, that woke writers do not suck as a category. Now, you may not like woke writers. That doesn't necessarily mean that woke writers are bad. What it means is that you don't like that particular writing. Okay. So let's take a look at, and this is going to be kind of a series that I might start up, is in between my takedowns and analysis of debates and bad arguments and grifters or whatever, is I want to show you some of the literature and what you might be doing in a college level literary course. The things that I would kind of do with my students, to a certain degree. It may not be as formal as I might do in the classroom, and obviously I'm missing some stuff because I don't have the classroom room. But one thing that I think we'll do is try to find out where this thing went. There we are. It's back. So, can we make that a little bit bigger? Probably. Breaking things? Maybe not. Let's see if we move that up just a smidgen. Make this a wee bit bigger. Yeah, I think we can do something like that. There we go. I would have chat up here, but I still don't have a good chat model for connecting all the chats. But here we are. So, what are we doing? Let's think about what is, and this is a good thing to kind of start with, because I often use this kind of terminology. How is critical thinking related to critical analysis? So, well, let me actually make this a little bit bigger. Can I make this a little bit bigger? I don't think I can. Oop, that's all right. So, what is critically thinking or critically analyzing a work of fiction? What does that entail? Well, entails a couple of things. The first thing you might want to think about is what does it mean to be critical of a thing? What does it mean to analyze a thing? So, in many ways, what you're critiquing or what you're analyzing is the bits and pieces of whatever you're doing. So, an analysis. We might even think about what is an analysis. What does it mean to analyze something? So, again, a detailed examination of the elements or structure of something, identification measure of the chemical constitution or substance or species, something like that. So, you are separating, you are identifying, you are defining, all of these things. So, critical analysis of literature is much the same. You're looking at the components. So, in this case, you're looking at words, phrases, larger things. You're looking for you're looking for all manner of things. You're looking for motifs. You're looking for imagery that is created through the literary aspect. You're looking for a lot of things. So, when we are critically analyzing, the next thing we might think about is, in many ways, I like to always start all analysis. I always tell them to start with the basics. Who, what, when, where, how, why. You start with kind of the journalistic questions, as they used to call them back in the day. I think they still might do that. But you look at the who, what, when, where, how, and why. And the great thing about who, what, when, where, how, and why is that this never really stops being useful. Even when you have questions that, and again, that's part of the way you start critically thinking or critically analyzing something, is you start questioning, what is this thing? What does it do? Why does it do this thing? Who does this thing? So, in many ways, again, the who, the what, the when, where, how, why, sometimes these all apply, sometimes they don't. But the big thing is that I like is that this thing, even when you move away from analysis that is not strictly within these boundaries, no matter how deep you go into the literature or how broad you go into it, when you're not even looking at a single piece of literature, but you're looking at a large group of literature, you're looking at genre and a genre theory, you can still ask the who. It's going to be more of a general statement, obviously. You're going to have to make general claims and assessments and analysis based on that, but it is still always useful. So, who wrote it? What was written? What was it? When was it written? Where was it written? How did it come to be? How did they choose to write this? And what process did they write it? How did it come into fruition? And then the why. The why is oftentimes a very difficult thing. So that's a very broad kind of, before you even read the piece of work, before you even read The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas by Ursula K. Le Guin, you can look at a couple of things. So one, you have a who. Who did this? Now, you could just say Ursula K. Le Guin, but that's kind of useless because, well, all right, what the hell is an Ursula K. Le Guin? It's a person, we assume, but who are they? That's a big, broad question that you can broaden out. Each one of these things has multiple answers and multiple facets to them because a person is complicated. Who are they? What do they do for a living? What did they do at the time? So each one of these things, you can start asking the what, when, where, how, and why of each one of these things. So who can have what, when, where, how, and why, along with more who's. What can also have who's, dot, 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 dot. When can have so much, so, where, all these things. It's kind of a endless repeating pattern. And that's part of the utility of this type of questioning and type of thinking is now this is very much kind of we can say it's very structural in nature, is that you're assuming you have good, solid enough interpretation, understanding, and these things have solid enough answers. These things have definitive answers to them. And for some questions they do, but especially questions like the why, well, that's going to be really difficult to necessarily know. But this gives you a good, broad understanding of what we might say is objective reality behind the work. This is also useful because, let's say, if we were to look at the who is Ursula K. Le Guin? What did she do in the past? What had she done at the time of this writing? Again, the when. The when this was written is just as important. Where it was written. Is this person an American? Are they a Japanese individual? Are they Chinese? Are they from some Haitian island? Some tiny little island off the coast of Haiti or something like that? Where are they from? And then you might think about political, social, cultural things. What is the culture they came from? All these things can play into this. Now, all of this is very much in the realm of, to some degree, kind of, it not only doesn't argue for structure, but it argues for some degree of objective reality, and frequently, excuse me, it puts a lot of emphasis on the author of the work, and frequently, though not by nature, just kind of by downstream effect, it often goes into authorial intent. What did the author mean when they say this, that, and all the other things that they said? What do they mean? And why is this meaning being conveyed to me? And we can find the why by examining the author. And this is all very useful. This is but it is just one of many ways. Some people have made weird comments about the evils or the good or the not so good of the death of the author style of analysis that was put forward and popularized by Roland Barthes. So, in case you ever hear this term, death of the author, that is done by a guy named Roland Barthes. Now, Barthes, in his analysis, it is important to understand that this is not... This is very much situated in a literary analysis and a cultural response, perhaps even a early form of kind of reader response to literature that does not necessarily make a too hard a statement, though Barth could make it a bit harder, that authorial intent and background in Biblia and the kind of biographical nature of writing has no utility or no use or no effect on things. It simply made a more firmer argument that, or suggestion argument that the intent of the author doesn't really matter. Hence, the death of the author is that the intent of the author necessarily doesn't matter because the reader is reading these things and they are coming to their own conclusions. So you can read a work by somebody who is a virulent racist, and even if he tries to convey those ideas into the work, you're ultimately in control of the reader response because you are the reader, you are responding. So the way you interpret it, and again, if you don't understand certain social and cultural concepts that he's trying to pass on to you, ultimately it may be completely missing the point. Again, there's this idea that, again, you could have somebody who is an incredibly wealthy, selfish individual read Oliver Twist and not be and come away siding in a different way now, and not come to the same interpretation and solution that you do. We're going to take a brief little pause here. My apologies. I just started, but we have a little bit of a thing we need to do just real quick. I gotta go take care of the dogs. My apologies. I'll be right back. Apologies, we're back. All right. Oh, sorry. That took a bit longer than I thought, but hey, you know, it is what it is. You gotta take care of the pooches. All right. So, where were we? We were on the authorial intent, whatnot. So, what we're gonna do here, just to kind of get past the who, what, when, where, how, and why, what I think we're gonna do is rather than doing the biographical kind of thing, we're gonna kind of do a cold reading. We're gonna see if we can understand Ursula K. Le Guin's message, meaning, and understand, and kind of the purpose of this writing, if you will, without doing background information, just based on our own understanding and interpretation of the words and phrases being said by Ursula K. Le Guin. So let's take a look at what she says. So, the ones who walk away from Omele. So, first thing we could do before we even start reading is analyze what we got. So, what do we have so far? So, let's erase some of this. I wish the eraser was a bit larger. Feels a bit undersized in this, and I can't really adjust the size of it. But it works. It's just the PDF writer thing, so I'm not looking for anything too big. But one thing we can do, certainly, is go, okay, well, what's in a name? What's in a title? So we have a title here, The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas, or Omelays, or Omelay. We'll alternate between one and the other pronunciation because I don't care. This doesn't matter too much. Oh, we want the draw one. So, the ones, that's terrible. Sorry, I got to put my glove on. My palm stuck to the drawing pad ever so slightly and drew my writing off here. So, let's take a look here. The ones. So, a specific X of people, something like that. And we have some idea of difference. There is a thing that does. The ones who walk away from Omelas implies that there are those who might not walk away from Omelas, or that there's a place. We also have a place. A Y. We have an action. Again, what is the significance of the action? So notice again, this primarily focuses on three things here. A specific type of people amongst a people, so X amongst a people. So we have a small subgroup amongst a larger group, in that this subgroup is the X, the ones who do this action in this place. And then we have the action itself, the defining thing that defines this small group, the X, from the larger group. And then we have the place, which we could maybe say represents the larger group, or the place in which the larger group existed. So we have an action here, and there's significance. There's a lot of emphasis grammatically, since we have a subject and a action and a indirect object here, or we have that kind of relationship here of the subject and verb. That is the emphasis here. All right. So there's something important about walking away from Omele, or Omelas. We'll call it Omelas just for simplicity's sake. All right. So, how does this start? With a clamor of bells that set the swallows soaring, the festival of summer came to the city of Omelas, bright towered by the sea. The ringing of the boats in harbor sparkled with flags. In the streets between the horse houses with red roofs and painted walls, between old moss-grown gardens and under avenues of trees, past great parks and public buildings, processions moved. Some were decorous, old people in long stiff robes of mauve and gray, grave master workmen, quiet, merry women carrying their babies and chatting as they walked. In other streets the music beat faster, a shimmering of gong and tambourine, and the people went dancing. The procession was a dance. Children dodged in and out, their high calls rising like the swallows crossing flights over the music and the singing. All the processions wound toward the north side of the city, where on the great water meadow called the green fields, boys and girls, naked in the bright air, with mud-stained feet and ankles and long, lithe arms, exercised the restive horses before the race. Okay, so we got a lot going here. Restive horses before the race. All right, so let's keep going, just for a little bit longer. Then we'll do quick analysis. The horses wore no gear at all but a halter without a bit. Their manes were braided with streamers of silver, gold, and green. They flared their nostrils and pranced and boasted to one another. They were vastly excited, the horses being the only animal who has adopted our ceremonies as his own. Far off to the north and west, the mountains stood up, half encircling Omalas on her bay. The air of morning was so clear that the snow still crowning the 18 peaks burned with white gold fire across the miles of sunlit air, under the dark blue of the sky. There was just enough wind to make the banners that marked the race course snap and flutter now and then. In the silence of the broad green meadows, one could hear the music winding throughout the city streets, farther and nearer and ever approaching, a cheerful, faint sweetness of the air from time to time trembling and gathered together and broke out in the great joyous clanging of bells. All right, so what we might focus is on, okay, what kind of visuals are we seeing here? Because notice we have a lot of, what kind of language do we use in this paragraph? And we might say there's a lot of visual data here. When we think about visual, and more importantly, what we might say is sensory data. So we don't have a lot of touch or necessarily taste, but we have lots of sound and lots of, again, sight. So the ringing of the boats sparkled with flags. So sparkled with flags. And we have, again, this overall motif is, what is summer? What do you think about when you think of summer in a positive sense? So summertime is the time of celebration, 4th of July, if you're an American, kind of celebrations. You have flags, you have parties, you have football games, you have cookouts, you have races. And again, notice all this color here, red roofs, the painted walls, moss-grown gardens. Again, we have this kind of texture, green, we can see there under avenues of trees, parks, public buildings, processions moved, old people in long, stiff robes of mauve and gray. And then we have, elsewhere, we have a shimmering of gong and tambourine, dancing. The procession was a dance. Notice also we have lots of a comparison of action. Some are more grave and whatever, but then we have lots of energy in this other one, dancing, high calls, sound, the ringing of bells, and again, bright towered by the sea. So this is very poetic. We get a very strong poetic. Lots of poetic language, lots of metaphorical language. So we have quite a pretty scene, we might say. Notice again, we have green fields, also capital here. So we have a title of a place. So they call this place the Green Fields. We can indicate that by the capital G, capital F. So it's a proper noun or noun phrase here. All right. So then we have again, naked in the bright air. Again, is air bright? No. This is how we know poetic language is happening here, the kind of creative writings, because we have non-literal, metaphorical kind of language. Bright air. Air cannot be bright, but we can get a sense of brightness from, okay, so the air feels bright. It is light out. It is sunny, almost sparkling. You get a sense. Something that is bright air, naked in the bright air. You might feel like, well, what is bright? How can air be bright? You almost so you combine those ideas of what you know of bright, and then you add the air, and you think, well, what could that be? So mud-stained feet and ankles and long, lithe arms. So again, we have lots of energy here, and we have to youthful power here. All right. And then a very naturalistic thing. Notice there's a lot of natural beauty here. We're not talking big, tall skyscrapers with cold steel and bright, shining glass or whatever. Notice it's much more, not quite agrarian, but kind of very coastal agrarian, we might say. Very, very plain in a way. And then we have, again, the mountains that encircled the bay, so high mountains, and then you can see on the 18 peaks, again, another proper wording here, burned, metaphorical language, white gold fire. Again, there is no fire, there is no white gold fire, but this is simply describing the image here. So, very, very natural, very rich, and very, very, to put it simply, pretty. This is a very pretty place. So, first paragraph of The Ones Who Walk Away from Omeles immediately gives you this sense of this place is this natural beauty, wonder. Think an idyllic, like Mediterranean, on the coast kind of city or a town. But also pay attention to what you think when you imagine this. So I want you to picture what this scene looks like. So the horses, the horse race they're doing, people are naked there. And I want you to really capture, freeze frame what you think when you put this into your mind. When you paint this painting based upon the descriptions you have here, I want you to really capture it. Because Ursula K. Le Guin is going to do something rather interesting. She's going to critique and or analyze or anticipate your kind of discussion on this, your assumptions that you're going to make based upon what you have, what you're doing here. I move my guy a little bit. All right. But either way, we have this very idyllic, pretty place. Now, we can immediately... The reason why I want you to get this into your mind is thinking about when and where is Omelas? When would you put the city of Omelas, this moment in which we are seeing here, where would you put it? Now, this is going to be important because she's going to critique this a little bit, but notice again, we can actually, even when we're dealing with fictional reality, the who, what, when, where, how, and why, actually is still useful, even when we're understanding fictional logic and or structure. This is how we get things like plot lines, theme, cause and effect, and character rationales, and understanding the believability of a fictional world. But we have this fictional world. Doesn't seem too outside the bounds of reality. We could understand these things. So let's move on. Next paragraph, sorry. I hate when it automatically goes down to the next page. So, joyous. How is one to tell about joy? How describe the citizens of Omole? Yeah, so this is very much has the image of joy. How to tell, how is one to tell about joy? How, now notice that we could also look at, most of this is written very much in the third person. That can be, again, a very important thing to note because first person can have different connotations, different feel, and different kind of sensory and or informational access than third person. And we have some degree of omniscience here. Notice that we're not a third person, but we're not stuck on like Harry Potter walked the streets and we only see things from Harry Potter's perspective. Notice we don't have a specific perspective here. We have kind of a somewhat ambiguous and disembodied camera lens that kind of cuts and moves in and out. It can cut from one procession that is, again, more serious and more old people in stiff robes to another procession and on a different street that is filled with dancing children and younger people, and it's much more lively. Notice we can jump cut around. So in many ways, that would be indicate a degree of omniscience and omnipresence, as opposed to a limited omniscience or a limited perspective. We're not quite so limited. We're able to move about quite freely. But then we kind of have this weird question here. How to tell one about joy? Notice this is this statement here indicates an awareness of what I might call an awareness of writing. It's aware the narrator, the writer, whatever, is aware that it is writing. Notice again, you can have things like Game of Thrones to where there's kind of third person omniscient description of cities and the landscape that is not tied to a specific individual. So we're kind of getting omniscient, but at no point in time does it ever say or acknowledge that there is a reader reading this particular work. It never acknowledges you, the reader. And yet this one right here, how is one to tell about joy? How describe the citizens of Omelas? This is an awareness that is writing. This feels almost journalistic. So in many ways, what this is, if you were to look back at the larger, broader thing and go, well, what genre is there a genre or is there a style of writing that Ursula K. Le Guin is mimicking here? And there's a degree, kind of a mimicry here happening with a specific type of old school, somewhat fantastical writing, if you will, or kind of adventure style writing, because this feels very adventurous when you get through the whole thing. There's a genre of writing that is oh my god, I literally just forgot the exact title of it. Basically it's a form of travel logs. There it is. Again, basically people's journal and journey being written down as they journal and write and tell you all the things that are happening as they go on this fantastic voyage across the seas. So you have this kind of travel log aspect. So this is very much travel log. All right. So here's the interesting thing. Notice again, awareness of writing and of communication here. So they were not simple folk, you see, though they were happy, but we do not say the words of cheer much anymore. Notice again this we. This is Allison stepping outside, and this is talking about a different culture. So we would immediately, from a critical analysis, think is who are they talking about? Who is this we? It's referring to another. What is the other? In this case, the other is maybe us, American society, or the real. Who knows? Is this Ursula K. Le Guin? Is this journeyman who has found this land, this fictional land of Omelas? What is it? But it is talking about us, we. And we don't say much cheers anymore. All smiles have become archaic. Again, if you don't understand a word, look it up. Archaic would be considered old-fashioned and or of little use because it is so old-fashioned. An archaic thing is like archaeological. Given a description such as this one tends to make certain assumptions. So this is why I wanted you to keep your image in mind. Because Ursula K. Le Guin is going to take you to task for some of your assumptions. When you had that image of Omeles, you probably thought if I wanted to say a simple society, a simple people, you probably thought very simple things. You probably thought also old and archaic. You thought this was back in some ancient times. Given a description such as this, one tends to next look for the king mounted in a splendid standard and surrounded by his noble knights, or perhaps a golden litter bull borne by great muscled slaves. But there is no king. They do not use swords or keep slaves. Now, here's an interesting thing. We'll highlight that for a second. But the important thing is, again, they were not barbarians. They were not simplistic, and they were not archaic, and they were not barbarians. Because immediately when you think of something that is that pure and sweet and blah, 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 and this summer festival that enjoys, again, the summer and celebrates it in that fashion, and when you think of nakedness, you think of the savage, you think of the barbarian, you think of ancient civilizations, because no modern civilization could ever do these things because we're all better, or our traditions are more refined, our traditions are more logical. There's this bias, this chauvinistic bias that we have as the reader, that we naturally are going to put certain things. That's why she, again, kind of makes a little bit, she wants to draw you out and make sure you understand that these people are not barbarians. I do not know the rules and laws of their society, but I suspect that they were singularly few. So there's not a ton of laws there. As they did without monarchy and slavery, they also got on without the stock exchange, the advertisement, the secret police, and the bomb. And yet, I repeat, these are not simple folks. So they don't have these problematic kind of complexities. But they are not simple. So how can they have these things but not be simple? She tells you they're not dulcet shepherds, they're not noble savages, they're not bland utopians. They were not less complex than us. And she then she goes on to explain, well, why did we have this? Notice she takes into account the assumption here. You assumed something here. And then she's going to explain out the reason for this assumption. The trouble is we have a bad habit, encouraged by pedants and sophisticates, of considering happiness as something rather stupid. Notice we do think that. Now, only pain is intellectual, only evil interesting. This is the treason of the artist, the refusal to admit the banality, evil, and the terrible boredom of pain. Now, again, we might say, well, I don't think happiness is necessarily stupid, but think about it. When you think about complex society, whatever, simplistic, happy, content living, or somebody who is happy, who is content, do you honestly, is your first image somebody who lives a very complicated life and they buy art, and they think very deep thoughts and they are engaged in technological wonders or whatnot? Or do you think of like a simple farm life? Do you take away complexity? Because the only thing, again, happiness cannot be intelligent. To be knowledgeable, you are knowledgeable of the world and all its evils, and therefore you cannot possibly be happy. There's this idea is that the happiest people are the ones who are too simple and too stupid to know what's going on. We have this kind of, there's a trend, very much so, within Western society for this, and many, many societies. So only pain is intellectual. Again, the artist, oftentimes, again, we have this connection of the artist and pain. And again, art is done through suffering and pain and through experiences and having to put those experiences into words, and they're almost always sad or traumatic and blah blah blah. If you can't lick 'em, join 'em. If it hurts, repeat it. But to praise despair is to condemn delight. To embrace violence is to lose hold of everything else. This is where Ursula K. Le Guin maybe is getting a bit utopian and a bit maybe optimistic, but again, we often see, again, the pessimist is a realist, and the optimist is a fantastical, simplistic, stupid person. Only pessimism is true. We have almost lost hold. We can no longer describe happy man or nor make any celebration of joy. How can I tell you about the people of Omelas? They were not naive and happy children. Again, not simplistic. So notice again, they are not happy because of ignorance of the world and its functions. Their children were in fact happy, though. They were mature, intelligent, passionate adults. So again, intelligent, mature, passionate adults whose lives are not wretched. Oh, miracle. But I wish I could describe it better. I wish I could convince you. Notice again, there's this awareness of the author, fictional and real, that you won't believe this, that you are so cynical, so jaded, that you cannot be convinced that the Omelas were intelligent people, as intelligent and as smart as you. They were just as mature, they were just as aware of the world as you, but they are happy. It's very hard. Omelas sounds, in my words, like a city in a fairy tale. Long ago, far away, once upon a time. Not real. Perhaps it would be best if you imagine it as your own fancy bids, assuming it will rise to the occasion, for certainly I cannot suit you. For instance, how about technology? I think that there would be no cars or helicopters in and above the streets. This follows the fact that the people of Omelas were happy people. Happiness is based on a just discrimination of what is necessary, what is neither necessary nor destructive, and what is destructive. So, this is an interesting little philosophical argument here, and we could maybe analyze this to greater depth to understand maybe something about Ursula K. Le Guin, but we can certainly say, so we have the necessary things, not necessary but not destructive, and then destructive. So you're able to discern and discriminate and understand something that is destructive. We don't want that. Something that is not destructive but not necessary, that is personal preference. Do what you want. And then what is necessary, that's duty. Okay. In the middle category, however, that of the unnecessary but undestructive, that of comfort, luxury, exuberance, they could perfectly well have central heating, subway, trains, washing machines, and all kinds of marvelous devices not invented here. Floating light sources, fuelless power, a cure for the common cold. So imagine this is not, even though they have that agrarian aspect there, it's this balance of both technology and nature, because they are happy. They don't need to emphasize technology to make up for nature's lack, and they don't need to abandon nature or return to nature and abandon technology because it's too toxic and terrible. They found a balance. They've done what we can't do. Is they have cell phones, they have PlayStation 5s, they have games, they have many things, and they are happy, and they have just as much wonderful things here. It's just the things that they don't have are all the awful, evil stuff that we have on our normal day-to-day lives, because they're happy. And honestly, they might be smarter than us because they've managed to do this. Okay, well, that's interesting. Or they could have none of that. It doesn't matter. As you like. I'm inclined to think that people from towns up and down the coast have been coming to, that's a mistake in the copy I have, during the last days before the festival in very fast little trains and double-decked trams, and the train stations of Omaha actually have the handsomest buildings in town, though plainer than the magnificent farmers' market. But even granted trains, I fear that Omaha laws so far strikes some of you as goody-goody. Notice again, yeah, you also might have had that thing. So even if we got past the agrarian thing that you were doing, was your natural thing, and we added technology, you still were thinking these people were simple culturally, or more importantly, naive and innocent in the matters, in the sense of like indecency or things that we would consider innocence. Like, it's all very goody-goody. It's very much a 1950s Betty Crocker bullshit special, right? Smiles, bells, parades, horses, bleh. I love the little bit of humor here that she does right here. She understands that this is all very, I believe it's an old word that's now gotten a new fresh start with the same kind of thing. It's very corny. It's very sappy. It's very Hallmark special, feel good. Everything's perfect and pleasant and wonderful. But it's also very PG. You know, it's very G. It's very family safe. So, if so, please add an orgy. If an orgy would help, don't hesitate. Let us not, however, have temples in which issue beautiful nude priests and priestesses already half in ecstasy and ready to copulate with any man or woman, lover or stranger who desires union with the deep godhead of blood. Although that was my first idea. But really, it would be better not to have any temples in Omalai. At least not manned ones. Religion, yes. Clergy, no. Because remember, they don't really like a ton of rules there. This is a place that doesn't need rules because everyone is good. So we don't need the system. We can have the religion, the faith, and whatever, but we don't need the structure. And then again, we don't want this kind of weird structural nature to where, you know, people are again almost being drugged into doing these things. Be back in 1 second. Back. Sorry. Order just came to the door and I had to go grab it. All right. So, again, there's none of none of these kind of evil structures and controls and terrible authoritarian structures here. It's pretty free, pretty libertarian almost, a libertarian dream, if you will. But there's plenty of sex to be had. This is not some goody two-shoe, Disney Hallmark special. These people are mature intellectual adults, and mature intellectual adults, some of them like sex, some don't. So yes, there are beautiful people who would happily go out, and those who are in hunger, and those who are hungry for the rapture of flesh, for the joy and ecstasy of sex, there is that. Let them join the procession. Let the tambourines be struck above the copulations, and the glory of desire be proclaimed upon the gongs, and a not unimportant point, let the offspring of these delightful rituals be beloved and looked after for. So again, notice this little interesting thing right there. She wants to preclude something because she's setting up for a big thing later on in this story, but she wants to preclude one thing. So you have sex, and we also have the result of sex, which is children that may not be specifically to a husband and a wife, or husband, wife. It may not be specifically to them, But what happens to these children of these sexual exploits? What happens here? Well, are they abandoned? Are they thrown away? Are they considered bastard children, unwanted, something like that? No, 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 no. No, as she quite says here, these offspring of these delightful rituals are beloved and looked after for. So there is no kind of sin here or sin of the child. There is no need necessarily even for abortion, though there might be even abortion here and there, because the children will be looked after. Again, there is no reason, so no abandoned. No abandonment. No terribleness. The one thing I know there is none of in Omalays is guilt. Nobody is guilty. This is also important. These things are important. You won't realize it now, but this is, again, why you read twice at least. Read once for basic understanding of the story and the narrative flow. That's part of the critical analysis. The first one, you might make notices here and there, but for the most part, you read for an active awareness, but nothing too specific yet. You're just aware of what's happening, and you're maybe collecting some bits and details as you're going along, but nothing too firm as far as what meaning might be derived from this. You're just along for the ride. The second reading is where you try to go through and you try to spot hints or ideas or things that's established before a major event happened, after it, how it resolved certain narrative and thematic elements. This is when you start going. But again, I've read this before. I see these things. But what else should there be? I thought at first there were no drugs, but that is puritanical. Again, for those who like it, the fate, insistent sweetness of Druse make perfume the ways of the city. Druse was first brings a great lightness and a brilliance to the mind and limbs, and then after some hours a dreamy languor, and wonderful visions at last of the very arcane and most inner secrets of the universe. So, not only do we have sex, but we also have drugs. Notice how this is not really looking like your nice simplistic agrarian king and queen society, that we actually have people having sex, we have people doing drugs, but it's not evil, it's not terrible. This is a society that is very smart, and a smart society would not shun these things that we know are going to happen, but would find ways to make them healthy. So again, this is people who are just smoking some pot, doing some light little mushrooms. Nothing like meth, nothing that is destructive and too terrible and too awful. There might be some more harder drugs or whatever, but for the most part, again, there's no need for excess. There's no need or no desperation for happiness, because it's everywhere you can find it. So people are happy. So there is no depression in Omalay, and there's also no addiction, because addiction usually comes about from two ways. Either there's an absence and a lack in the life that is filled by the drug, and the drug can't fill it, so you constantly take more and more from a psychological standpoint, or from a biological chemistry standpoint, you have drugs that affect your brain chemistry that make you addicted. Too much so, to a dangerous and destructive thing. But remember, the Elmo laws people are very smart. They're going to design drugs, and there's going to be the open acceptance of drugs, so they don't have to design them in secret or make them in bathtubs with bleach and bad chemicals. There's an open enough society that they can design these things and design good drugs that accomplish all the things without needing to make them addictive. And you wouldn't need to make them addictive because they're free to get. Joy of joys. Again, Omalaz works. And then there's, again, for the more modest of tastes, there's beer. There's, of course, even alcohol. There's beer. It's, again, what else? What else belongs in the joy sense? A sense of victory, surely. The the celebration of courage. But as we did without the clergy, let's also do without soldiers. The joy built upon slaughter, successful slaughter, is not the right kind of joy. It is fearful and trivial. So again, remember how they said, again, they didn't have armies. They don't have the swords. So these people are courageous. They are smart. As smart and courageous as us. And they celebrate their victory, and they have great games, and they can celebrate victory and, go, we lost this time, we'll win it next time, and they can have this. So a boundless and generous contentment, a magnanimous triumph, felt not against some outer enemy, but in the communion with the finest and fairest souls of the men everywhere in the splendor of the world's summer. Again, this is their victory. This is their pride, is that they've made such a wonderful, wonderful society. This is their victory. This is what swells the hearts of the people of Omeles, is their own greatness, is how they've made this wonderful, perfect society, this utopia. They've done it. And again, I don't think many of them need to take Druze. There's no need to take the Druze. Some may want to, but there is no need. They are very fulfilled people. All right. Most of the procession has reached the green fields by now. Notice again, we go away from this kind of description here, and now we go back into kind of this active describing of the festival. We went away from this kind of omniscient third person, like thought experiment, internal thoughts and understanding. And now we're kind of more back in the action. Most of the procession reached the green fields by now. A marvelous smell of cooking goes forth from the red and blue tents. Notice again, we go back to this very colorful language, very sensory involved language. The faces of small children are ambly sticky. In the benign gray beard of a man, a couple of crumbs of rich pastry are entangled. The youths and girls have mounted their horses and are beginning to group around the starting line of the course. An old woman, small, fat, and laughing, is passing out flowers from a basket, and tall young men wear her flowers in their shiny hair. A child of 9 or 10 sits at the edge of a crowd alone, playing a wooden flute. It's all very, very, again, safe. Everyone here is content and safe, and they're not ashamed of being happy. So they're able to be happy. They're not ashamed of their bodies, of their nakedness. They're not ashamed of also just, again, being happy and in many ways being not so serious, not so we need to make this profitable. We need to do this. We need to do that. There's none of this drive and pressure standards. So again, they can pass out flowers. Some people take them. Some people don't. Some people wear them in their hair. Some people play the flute. They do what they want. People pause to listen and they smile, but they do not speak to this child, for he never ceases playing and never sees them, his dark eyes wholly wrapped in the sweet thing magic of the tune. Again, they are very much focused. Again, people enjoy this, but again, the child is doing it not for attention, but because they are content and wholly happily with the music itself. As if that little private silence were a signal, at once the trumpet sounded from the pavilion near the starting line, imperious, melancholy, piercing. The horses reared on their slender legs, and some of them neigh in answer. Sober-faced, the young riders stroke their horses and soothe and whisper, "Quiet, quiet there, my beauty, my hope." They begin to form in rank along the start line. The crowds along the racecourse are like a field of grass and flowers in the wind. The festival of summer has begun. Again, the race is about to start. Again, then we separate again this ask here, this ask and this address. Do you believe? Do you accept the festival, the city, the joy? No? Notice again, anticipates and knows your doubt. You simply can't accept that as a real thing. So then let me describe one more thing. In a basement under one of the beautiful public buildings of Omelas, or perhaps in the cellar of one of its spacious private homes, there is a room, just a room. It has one locked door and no window. A little light seeps in dustily between the cracks in the boards, second hand from a cobwebbed window somewhere across the cellar. In one corner of the little room, a couple of mops with stiff, clotted, foul-smelling heads stand near a rusty bucket. The floor is dirt, a little damp to the touch, as cellar dirt is. So notice this description here. This doesn't sound very Omelas. This sounds like, again, a dark, dank, kind of slightly dank, slightly moist, damp, this foul-smelling, clotted old mop heads that are like, they had dirty water on them. They were thrown there, and now they're just kind of molding, and there's a little dust, little light seeping in, but not by much. It's through these cracks in the boards on the wall, or in the door. There's no light in there, and this is from the only light that gets in this room is from a window across the way in this basement, the cellar that's cobwebbed over. So this is very disused. Again, dust and cobwebs. This is not a nice place at all. This is just a kind of a dirty, dark, forgotten, not taken care for place. Okay, strange, but this is very much dark, and what's the word I want to use here? Kind of a bit of disrepair there, and again, this is very not just dark, but also dark tonally. It's a very unpleasant place. The room is about 3 paces long and 2 wide. 3 paces long and 2 wide. 3 paces. That's not very long. Your pace is about, gets about what, for the average pace, about, a little less than 3 feet, but we'll call, say, 3 feet. So if it's 3 paces long, it's maybe 2 feet. It's like a 10 by 5. 9 by 5, 9 by 6 room. That's not a very big room. It's a pretty tiny room. A mere broom closet or disused tool room. In the room, a child is sitting. It's a strange place for a Omala's child to be. Could be a boy or girl. It looks about 6, but is actually nearly 10. Now, this is important. Why? How could we say this? Notice the definitive answer here. It looks 10, perception, and then reality. Again, we notice there's a bit of omniscience here, is that if this was not an omniscient narrator, the narrator would assume simply that the child is about 6 and would not know that it is actually 10 or nearly 10. But why is it nearly 10? Let's continue. It looks about 6, but is actually nearly 10. It is feeble-minded. Perhaps it was born defective, or perhaps it has become imbecile through fear, malnutrition, and neglect. It picks its nose and occasionally fumbles vaguely with its toes or genitals as it sits hunched in the corner furthest from the bucket and the 2 mops. It is afraid of the mops. It finds them horrible. It shuts its eyes, but it knows the mops are still standing there, and the door is locked, and nobody will come. The door is always locked, and nobody ever comes, except that sometimes the child has no understanding of time or interval. Sometimes the door rattles terribly and opens, and a person or several people are there. An interesting action here. One of them may come in and kick the child to make it stand up. The others never come close, but peer in at it with frightened, disgusted eyes. The food bowl and the water jug are hastily filled. The door is locked, The eyes disappear. The people at the door never say anything. But the child, who has not always lived in the tool room and can remember sunlight and its mother's voice, sometimes speaks. I will be good, it says. Please let me out. I will be good. They never answer. The child used to scream for help at night and cry a good deal. But now it only makes a kind of whining ya, and it speaks less and less often. It is so thin there are no calves to its legs. Its belly protrudes. It lives on a half bowl of cornmeal and grease a day. It is naked. Its buttocks and thighs are a mass of festering sores as it sits in its own excrement continuously. All right, well, this took a goddamn turn now, didn't it? So this took a turn. So the question we might go is, why? This seems so very, very strange, doesn't it? This does not make sense. Because think about this. Let's go through this. Why? Why is this child in this basement? More importantly, there's another greater thing we might say here. And the next paragraph is very important. They all know it is there, all the people of Omelas. Some of them have come to see it. Others are content merely to know it is there. All right, so we have to address this. The people of Omelas, if we are believed to be true, and we have to believe this, I want you to believe this. This is what Ursula K. Le Guin is trying to get you to do. This. Ursula K. Le Guin wants you to really believe in your deepest heart of hearts that the Omelay people are good. Sorry, Omelas people are. They are good people. They are kind. It is a kind people in a kind society. They are smart. They are not simplistic. And they are just very, for lack of a better word, they're just really nice. Just really nice people. So why? Why would this good, kind, smart, nice society that is accepting of so many differences, that is so non-judgmental, there's no harsh judgment of people and their choices. Some want to have sex, some don't. Some do druze, some don't. Some drink, some don't. Some are sober and very somber and serious. Some are more happy and kind of unserious. But they're all good people. So why? Why would good people have, and they know it is there, all the people know it's there, why would they have this child who sits in abject misery all day, every day? They know it's there. And more importantly, let's just say, where did this child come from, do you think? Did it come from outside of Omalays? Was he a conquest, a former slave, or something like that? Again, remember, if we to believe what Le Guin says, if we believe the narrator, and we must believe the narrator because it is important to believe in this case, if we are to believe that the Omalay people do not value war and conquest, they would not take slaves. They would not conquer other peoples. They would see other peoples as their own type of people. They would embrace them and accept them into their society and teach them. Okay, so it's not that. Is this a child, say, we have here, the child says, I will be good. Maybe the child did something wrong, but would a society punish a child so severely? A smart, intellectual society that's no less backwatered, strange, and terrible as we are? Would we do this to a child? No. So I don't think it's sin. I don't think it's anything like that. What if, okay, maybe this child didn't do anything wrong, but was born wrong? Again, remember, The children that were born of the excess and the kind of orgies that might happen in Omeles, it was explicitly said they would be cared for and beloved. And more importantly, was this child born there? No, as it says before, it can remember sunlight in its mother's voice. It has not always been there. So how did this child end up there? We don't know, but we could maybe come up with some ideas. Maybe the child was probably a member of the Omelas Society. Maybe it was selected by lottery, fair and unbiased lottery, something like that. But at some point, it was chosen, it was selected and put there. It didn't go there naturally, it was put there. And they all know it's there. And again, notice the description. Everything about this is just sad, pathetic, and horrible. It might act, again, why does it look 6 but is actually 10? Because when you starve a child, they don't develop naturally. Their puberty is oftentimes delayed because they don't have the energy to go through it. So they won't grow properly. So they'll look younger and smaller than they actually are. Also feeble-minded. This is another thing of starvation. And again, starvation and malnutrition is awful, by the way. In case you're wondering, it's important to understand that these conditions, to starve to death slowly through malnutrition, is a painful process. Your body devours itself looking for energy, and that hurts. It hurts all the time. Malnutrition, again, when you're severely malnutritioned and you are suffering from this, you kind of, people just kind of get used to it to a certain degree, but you're constantly in pain and aches and tired and slow thinking. And again, the more and longer malnutrition goes on, this can have impacts on your cognitive functions because your brain is a big, big fatty mass. And fat is energy. And when your body needs energy, it will cannibalize itself. That is malnutrition. That is what happens when you starve slowly, is that your body cannibalizes itself. It draws nutrients from the bones. It takes things from your organs, your fatty organs, including your brain. And again, this can cause permanent damage. So again, the child is not stupid. It wasn't born defective and wrong. And again, would this society throw away somebody because they were born defective? That doesn't sound very enlightened at all. And this is an enlightened society. But why? Why do they have this child who's slowly dying a very painful death? Their legs are a mass of festering sores because they have to sit in their own excrement all the time because there's nowhere to go to the bathroom. And they all know it's there. They all know that it has to be there. Some of them understand why, some do not. But they all understand that their happiness, the beauty of their city, the tenderness of their friendship, the health of their children, the wisdom of their scholars, the skill of their makers, even the abundance of their harvest and the kindly weathers of their skies, depend wholly on this child's abominable misery. So now it is important to remember, you're going to automatically assume some kind of simple-minded, maybe even cult-like nature of these people. And I want you to disabuse yourself of that notion right now. Remember, they are no different from you, and there's a secret there. They are just as complicated, just as smart, maybe even smarter than you in our society. But they depend wholly on this child abominable misery. This is terrible. This is usually explained to the children when they're 8 or 12, whenever they seem capable of understanding. And most of those who come to see the child are young people, though often enough an adult comes back to see the child. No matter how well the matter has been explained to them, these young spectators are always shocked and sickened at the sight. Again, notice that this isn't natural. Again, if they were taught that this is good and natural or something like that, again, they wouldn't feel this way. They feel disgust which they thought themselves superior. They feel anger, outrage, impotence despite all the explanations. There's so much explanations and they feel so terrible. They would like to do something for the child, but there's nothing they can do. If the child were brought up into the sunlight out of that vile place, if it were cleaned and fed and comforted, that would be a good thing, indeed. But if it were done in that day and hour, all the prosperity and beauty and delight of Omalaz would wither and be destroyed. Those are the terms. To exchange all the goodness and grace of every life in Omalay for a single small improvement. To throw away the happiness of thousands for the chance happiness of one, that would be to let guilt in the walls indeed. Okay. And again, we can almost see this as very almost, is this some kind of form of utilitarian argument? So the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few? We maybe see this. The terms are strict and absolute. There may not even be a kind word spoken to the child. They won't even speak a kind word. But the people go home in tears. In tearless rage, then they face this terrible paradox. They may brood over it for weeks or years, but as time goes on, they begin to realize that even if the child were released, it would not get much good of its freedom. A little vague pleasure of warmth and food, no real doubt, but little more. It is too degraded and imbecile to know any real joy. Now this is where we get interesting, and do we agree with this? It's been afraid too long to ever be free of fear. Its habits are too uncouth for it to respond to humane treatment. It's too far gone. Sure, we would feel a little bit of happiness, but the child is too far gone. Just too far gone. Nothing we can do for it. Their tears at the bitter injustice dry when they begin to perceive the terrible justice of reality and to accept it. Yet it is their tears and anger, the trying of their generosity, and the acceptance of their helplessness, which perhaps the true source of splendor of their lives. Theirs is no vapid, irresponsible happiness. They know that they, like the child, are not free. They know compassion. It is the existence of the child, the knowledge of its existence, that makes possible the nobility of their architecture, the poignancy of their music, the profundity. They understand the cost. Because all their happiness has a cost. And them being a mature, naturally good people, they understand and are aware of the cost, and thus they do not waste the joy that they are given. Now, do you believe them? Are they not more credible? She asked. And now, here's where I would like to start. And then we'll finish this out. Why not? And then we'll kind of go into what's some of the things that we might draw from our critical, our aware reading, our deeper, just so far we've just mostly done narrative summarization, just kind of imagining these things as best as possible. But let's finish this out. At times, one of the adolescent girls or boys who goes to see the child does not go home to weep or rage, does not in fact go home at all. Sometimes also a man or a woman much older falls silent for a day or two, then leaves home. These people go out into the street and walk down the street alone. They keep walking and walk straight out of the city of Omalaz. Through the beautiful gates, they keep walking across the farmland of Omalaz. Each one goes alone. Youth or girl, man or woman. Night falls. The traveler must pass down village streets between the houses with yellow lit windows and out into the darkness of the fields. Each alone, they go west or north towards the mountains. They go on. They leave Omalaz. They walk ahead into the darkness and they do not come back. The place they go to is a place even less imaginable to most of us than the city of happiness. I cannot describe it at all. It is possible it does not exist, but they seem to know where they are going, the ones who walk away from Omalaz. Now remember, this is the title of the work. Notice we barely did anything talking about the ones who walked away from Omalaz. Until the final end, we finally get this point here. This is when we finally deal with the title, the focus, the ones who walk away from Omelas. So, we spend most of the time describing just Omelas, and then the people who don't walk away from Omelas, and we only get the end here, and we don't even describe them too much. We just say that they grow silent and then they walk away. But why and how? Now we might start thinking, okay, well, we might be able to draw the immediate connection is that they walk away because they are unwilling to make the deal. They're unwilling to accept the standards by with this. They're unwilling to accept that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. They're unwilling to live in the society that all of its poignancy of their music, the nobility of its architecture, the profundity of their silence, the beauty of their living is based upon the whole abject suffering of a child. Now, the question I would ask, it's just the beginnings of kind of a philosophical thing, because this sets up a very interesting philosophical question. This problem we have here. Something right here. Again, I would ask my students, would you live in Omelas? And a lot of the answers, again, I got a broad range of answers, but most of the answers would suggest yes. Would you live here? Lots of them would say, well, actually, I'm sorry. I missed that. I asked them, would you leave Omelas? Would you be like the people here? And we were just to explain, okay, let's just assume that these people leave because they are not willing to live in Omelas because of the implication, because of the child. They're unwilling to accept this. And when I would ask this in class, okay, would you guys walk away, join these who walk away from Omelas? Who here would choose to not live in Omelas? More often than not, the majority of the class would say, no, I would not live in Omelas. I just couldn't. I couldn't do that. Knowing that that child is there, I would immediately know. And then I would ask them, do you judge them? So, we answer the questions. Would you live there? So this is where we can see, again, this is fairly woke. This is asking a very philosophically interesting question. Would you live in Omelas? There's, again, even though it doesn't ask this, there's an implication, a future aspect. This is how philosophy and ideas can be told and put into there, because we naturally, when we read something fictional or otherwise, we imagine our brains and we try to empathize with it. We try to put ourselves in those shoes. We try to insert ourselves there. So would you insert yourself there? Would you live in Omelas? If you've inserted yourself into this story, would you live there? Why or why not? And if there was the why not, do you judge Omelas? Do you judge the people there? Why or why not? Now, again, when I would start these kind of questions, the majority of the answers would always be, would you live there? No. Why not? Because the moral, it's immoral and terrible to live in that society that is based upon on that, and I wouldn't be, some would say, just on a personal note, I wouldn't be able to handle the guilt and terrible nature, I would leave, of course. Okay, good. We're all good, natural people. Do we judge the people who stay there? Do we judge the society of Omelas? Many in the class would answer this yes. I think that's immoral and terrible. This idea that this city, yes, it's a hard choice to make, but ultimately I do think that it is at its core justifying an evil that I quite frankly I don't think is necessary. It's an unnecessary evil. The ones who walk away from Omelas have the correct idea that this is wrong. They're looking for a way to build society like Omelas without the child at the center. Okay. And then I would always ask my students, whenever we read this, I would ask them, okay, do you all have a cell phone? And usually when I would say this, they quite more than a few would immediately catch the drift and immediately sense the trap and get very, very somewhat uncomfortable, but also laugh because they know they're about to get caught. Because they talked very self-righteously about how evil and terrible and awful the Omalay people are. How awful they are. Then I would ask them, do they have a cell phone? They'd pull out their cell phone and if they like it. And then I would go, where is your cell phone made? And they would answer China, Taiwan. And I would say, okay, do these places have a reputation for bad workplace treatment and slavery, child labor? And they would say yes. And I would go, okay. So I want you to imagine this. And this is what Ursula K. Le Guin wants you to imagine. She wants you to imagine as unrealistic as Omalay is. Omalay is unrealistic because it is too good and too happy. And then we get this nice little haha, they actually aren't as good and sweet and too goody two-shoes as we thought. They have this child suffering there. But here's the interesting thing I would then argue is, all right, the Omalay people trade one life for thousands, tens of thousands. The abject happiness and enjoyment, and extreme enjoyment and happiness. But here's the thing, we are Omalay, but we're even worse because let's look at this. What is the trade we make? We trade thousands, tens of thousands, millions of children and people living in abject poverty, misery, under horrible dictatorships, so that we can have cheap goods. But then I want you to look at your life. And I would tell them, look at your life. Is your life as happy and as blessed as an Omalayan people? Omalasian people? No. It is filled with misery and unhappiness. It's also filled with some nice stuff, but it's filled with a lot of misery and unhappiness. But here's the thing, like your deal's even worse. Your life is just as guilty, is just as dependent upon this suffering, this object suffering of children and other people, as the Omalay people or the Omalas people. But the Omalas people, one, they have a way better deal. Again, like this deal is like, would you punch a baby in the face for $100 billion? And you might go, well, I mean, there's that evil and that suffering that I'm definitely going to cause, but maybe I can fix that after the fact. You know, I can maybe give the child like $1 billion or $2 billion in the family, and yeah, the kid might have some trauma, but with that amount of money, the good will outweigh the bad. I'm going to be very utilitarian with this. But then if someone like, okay, that's the deal that the Omalay people have. What is our deal? Our deal is, okay, you punch a child. Or it's not even punch. You eat a child, a little baby, and you get a half off, buy one, get one half off coupon to Subway. Now, objectively, that does make your life a little bit better because now you can go buy Subway and it's cheaper. That's nice. And maybe you like Subway sandwiches because you don't have taste. Subway's terrible. I do not like Subway. Subway is bad. But would you take, of course you would, but the thing is that you already are taking this deal. You already are trading a massive amount of suffering for what you have. And you might look at what you say and say, I don't think this society is really great that I'm living in right now. It's certainly not Omala's people society, but it's built upon as much suffering, if not more suffering, because there's only one child here, but there's millions. And in fact, you could look at your city and ask yourself, and I ask my students this time and say, do you know how many kids go home hungry in our city? Do you know how many kids are suffering from food instability? Do you know how many times kids are suffering from abuse, terrible and otherwise, at the hands of their parents and others? Do you know how many kids are dying unnecessarily? Do you know how much pain and suffering exists in your city? How much of it is just allowed, accepted, and treated as normal? It cannot change. We can't change this. Just like the Omalays people justify their existence, we justify ours. But their justification comes with another thing, is that, do you ever see or actually know the suffering of the specific children who are, or the specific thing? No. The Omalay people do the thing we don't, is that they live their lives as happy and wonderful as possible, and they enjoy it because they understand that it didn't come for free. It came at a terrible cost, which is why they are more responsible about it. They are aware. So in many ways, these Omalay people, even though you judge them harshly, at least they are aware constantly in many ways of the cost their happiness comes at. But you aren't. How many times do you actually think and truly appreciate what you have in this life, even though if it might not be very nice? When you're buying that Subway sandwich, how many times do you actually think this came at the cost of the terrible suffering of children? The next thing I would then say, as we develop this, and again, they would go across this, like, okay, you would say you were willing to walk away, but okay, now that you know the terrible cost and the nature, and you are made once again aware of how awful your American society is built upon the mass exploitation and terrible, terrible abuse of many, many tens of thousands, millions of people, American and otherwise, and how much suffering is allowed to continue to exist because it's just the way it is. Are you going to walk away from America? Are you going to walk away from England? Are you going to walk away from your society? And they all say no. So like, okay, so then you lied. You said you would walk away from Omalay. You judged them and you said you would walk away when it was just one child. But when you look at this terrible deal, you're not going to stop making this terrible deal. So again, this thing asks you to really think about where you are in life and what you're doing in your society. And it does a great job doing this short little story. This is, again, the power of not just fiction writing, but again, well, as the title says, woke writers don't suck, and I will debate you all this time. Again, your idea, again, it's a bit of a hyperbole because woke is kind of a unique thing here, but what people identify as woke, again, like woke is like this big. The actual true woke that I would say is negative, that is truly kind of negative bad. And the definition that many people who hate woke use is this massive fucking box that includes dozens and dozens and dozens of things of their own little thing that have nothing to do with woke, that they themselves are not actually bad or terrible. There might be a little bit of bad in that one, maybe a little bad in that one. Every single theory has some degree of negativity in there or problematic elements. And again, this is part of the reason why I make this argument, is that, again, this tale right here asks and does so in a very artistic and wonderfully subtle and wonderfully amazing way the reader to think. And it does so in very woke terminology, very socialist, very anti-capitalist. If you start taking this more, when you start thinking about why this exploitation exists, this is very anti-capitalist. It's very anti-USA in many sense. The American dream Because if you start thinking about it, it's like, okay, do I live in Omelas? Is America Omelas? And if America is Omelas, then even if we were to imagine it's this perfect deal, the implications of this are something to think about. Our society is built upon the suffering of others, extreme suffering of others, oftentimes the suffering of children. How do we understand this? How do we come to terms with this? Can we come to terms with this? Should we come to terms with this? Those questions are important. And again, if you were to look up into the background of this, you would realize that, again, Ursula K. Le Guin's story where does this story, this idea, come from? And if you look it up, she has said in the past that this was based upon a quote from, I need to look up the author real quick. So again, it obviously explores the ideas of utilitarianism. Again, and again, she's talked about this before, and she said, this is like this idea of, again, we have the concept of the scapegoat, of the necessary sacrifice in the utilitarianist kind of perspective, the necessary thing. And again, sometimes we could see this in a more like religious sacrificial lamb, the scapegoat, if you will. But again, it's from whether you analyze this from a psychological or cultural kind of thing. Who do we scapegoat? Is it the immigrant and the migrant who is making our cities and our places miserable? Or more importantly, maybe we're allowed to do this because they are less than, or they are the necessary sacrifice. And again, but her primary thing actually comes from William James. That's I was trying to remember the name. I knew it was James, but I just couldn't remember the first name. William James. And the quote that she pulls from, I do believe, is something like, um, 4 years in Bellham's and Morris's utopias should be all outdone and millions kept permanently happy on the one simple condition that a certain lost soul on the far edge of things should leave a life of lonely torture. What except a skeptical and independent sort of emotion can be it can it be which would make us immediately feel, even though an impulse arose within us to clutch at the happiness offered, how hideous a thing would be its enjoyment when deliberately accepting as the fruit of such a bargain? So again, we'll make this. When you think about these utopias, and we think about, okay, the millions are kept permanently happy on the simple condition that a certain lost soul at the far edge of things should leave a life of lonely torture. We have this skeptical and independent emotion, which makes us feel immediately, even though we have this impulse arising within us to clutch at the happiness that is offered by this deal, that we immediately have this feeling of how hideous it would be, this enjoyment that we would get from this world when we deliberately accept it as the fruit of such a bargain. Again, Dostoevsky also presents this problem simplistically too, and again, it might have been in her back of her mind as well, but she gives credit primarily to William James. But Dostoevsky has this quote from the brothers Karamazov. So we have this one. Tell me yourself, and this is one of the translations. I challenge you. Let's assume that you were called upon to build the edifice of human destiny so that men would be finally would finally be happy and would find peace and tranquility. If you knew that in order to attain this, you would have to torture just one single creature, let's say the little girl who beat her chest so desperately in the outhouse, and that on her unavenged tears you could build that edifice. Would you agree to do this? Tell me and do not lie. No, I would not, Alyosha said softly. Again, would we do this? And again, does necessarily she tell you to walk away from Omeleth? That's the only way to fix this. I would suggest again we may be reading too literally, even though again this is all very metaphorical. So we have to remember this is very much metaphorical. This is, and again, even the way they describe Omele is both concrete at times, but then not so concrete and very wishy-washy. That's the way Le Guin kind of describes this. So, what does it mean to walk away? Does it mean literally to walk away out of society? I'm not sure if it necessarily says that, but at the very least, it certainly walks away from the ideal of Omele. It walks away from the deal. What does it mean to walk away? Is to not accept it. So does that mean you can't live in the society? Perhaps, perhaps not, but at the very least, you are no longer, even if you are living there, and let's say you're fighting to change it, even if you are no longer living there, again, your life is antithetical to the nature of Omelas, because you are not leaving. You are staying in society, but you're not accepting this. So you're going to be fighting. You're going to be challenging this to some degree, whether you've walked away from this idea. So this would be an example of, again, of a fairly woke, ideologically centered thing. It is, for the most part, even though it doesn't wear its on its sleeves so hard, this is all fairly anti kind of anti-American status. In many ways, it can be very much anti-American status quo, anti-American ideology, or at the very least, it calls into critique our perception of an Americanism and an American society, because we we do not live according to these values that we hold to be true, and we do not care about them. And I think tomorrow we might deal with that specifically in looking at another explicit kind of utilitarian kind of analysis of this problem that we in Western society have, is that our perception of what we are, our beliefs in what we are, our ideology, our moral foundations are themselves not really congruent or at all make sense when compared to how we live our lives and our awareness and our engagement as such. So, we might do that at a later date. But for now, I think we're going to be done with this section here. I think it's time to go on to some fun. I was thinking we might do a response video to the new Jubilee thing. I don't know about that. I have my reservations about continuing to do that because I feel like there's some degree of, even though I'm heavily critical of it, there's some degree of irresponsibility in in that kind of media. I don't know. I kind of put it on. Sorry, we're getting some background noise here. Get rid of all that background noise. Um, But let's think about it. The other option we have is we could do some Monster Hunter. I was thinking we might do some Monster Hunter, maybe. Again, some we got Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm not sure. It's mostly just decoration farming, which I'm not sure, or not decoration, but charm farming, talisman farming, and I'm not sure I really care to do that. I got a decent one pretty early on, and I'm not sure I care enough to really keep going at it. I just don't see the utility in it, especially seeing how I have a good one already. I don't really need more. You know, I'm okay. I'm good. I'm good with it. So what I think we might do, unless there's somebody who wants to debate and discuss this, is I think we might go to some 4U. I think it might be useful to go to some 4U. We'll get rid of that. We're not going to save that. Just because we don't need to. We're fine. We'll probably have to shift screens here, but let me see if I can get the emulation up, because we're doing it on PC. And it's much easier to do on PC, much easier to stream. So we have 4U. We haven't really done much with the story in 4U. We're doing okay. But we'll need to change our categories here now, won't we? Quite possible. But again, even as I play this game, feel free to jump in. And if you want to debate with me about any of this crap, I'm perfectly willing and available to do so. Hold on, we have to change a couple of things here. One, we have to get rid of our drawing pad. Get that out of the way. We don't need it anymore. Though I wonder, you could probably play with the drawing pad. I imagine you probably could. So, the next thing we want to do is I need to move my little buddy. Nope, wrong one. We can leave him right there. I think he's okay right there. Next thing is it's kind of hard on OBS. 1 second here. We got our little cutscene here. That's looking kind of all right. I think we got some sound here. There we go. Sorry. All right. Again, the sound on my end is incredibly loud, and it's probably not too quiet on your end, so we'll have to see. I think I had to turn the music off when I was last playing, because Lord knows the music is absolutely terribly loud. Actually, let's change our... I have to change some things here. Gamey. There we are. Nope. There we are. And we actually go over here and we'll change that real quick. My apologies. Nope. Wrong. There we are. Excellent. So now we're back. We will... Notice how that's just one? Like, the difference between 1 and 5... Like, 5 is obviously out, but... Man! Just one little thing. All of a sudden, you got tons of bang in your ear. Let me just check something real quick. Yeah, we're full up on everything. Alright, we had a mission to do. We did our Gypsaros mission. It was a quick, little, easy thing. I didn't really think we needed to see too much of the Gypsaros. But we have an Ursula hunt here, I think, is their next thing. Just some basic dialogue. Yeah, urgent quest, hunt an Ursula. We have a bunch of small missions that we need to do. Should we get them out of the way? Probably not. Let's just do a... We'll do one of those. I think we're pretty stocked up on everything. We're gonna eat. What do we got? We got jumbo bread, mossy cheese. So basically we have a grilled cheese. I could do a grilled cheese. That does not look like a grilled cheese to me, but alright. Health, stamina, defense increase. I like all that. We got 8 potions, 10 mega potions, 5 picks. We're good. We good. Alright, let's go. Let's do it. We're hunting an Ursula. And we'll take some of the first aid. That. We'll take that. Why not? And some paintballs, sure. What kind of ammo do we want to use? Probably pellet 2. Alright. So I'm not sure exactly where the Ursula will pop up, but I'm imagining it's to the left, because that's where all the spider shit is. I think it's either 4, 6, or something like that. I'm imagining. Maybe also 5. Well, there's certainly webbing here. Let's grab some mining while we're here. Grab a mushroom, why not? Grab some more mushrooms. Alright, so it's not here, but it could show up here later. I'm thinking maybe a 6 or a 5. Ah, 6. Oh, there's Nersilla. Oh, I stepped in the web. I'm stuck. Really? Oh, poop. Hope I don't have to start the fight like this. Because that's bad. Well, almost got bit in half. Oh, shit. Well, this is going very well. I kind of want to get a mount on her, but... it's kind of going a little bit poorly here. What are you doing? You're being a little weird. There we are. Hold, 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 hold. Stab fast, stab faster, stab faster. Hold, 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 hold. Stab faster. Damn it. God damn, of course it rolls the wrong fucking way. That's alright. We wasted a lot of time, but that's fine. Oh, fuck off. I'm just wondering, you gonna attack my buddy here? Kinda would like to move. Boy, there's some really hard angles here. Really, you gonna do that? Really, you gonna do that? Really, you gonna do that? Kinda wish I had some sonic bombs or something. Some flash pods would be nice. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, fine. You're just gonna be doing this all goddamn time? Fine. Oh, this fight arena sucks balls. This fight arena sucks absolute nutsack. Balls fucking all over the place, nutsack. Alright, Nursilla, you're kind of annoying the absolute shit out of me, I'm gonna be honest. Still annoying the ever-loving shit out of me. I do love the fact that my buddy is always in the wrong position for any of this to work. It's absolutely bizarre how terrible my buddy is. Like, you would think he would just kind of not suck. But boy, does he suck. Let's take a quick little heal. Again, this is an Ursula fight. She's just kind of annoying. She runs about a lot. My buddy is completely and utterly useless for all things. I kind of wish you would pick a fucking person to attack. And it wasn't always me. Yeah, I know, you're sleep bullshit. Are you ever going to stop attacking me? I just don't understand. Why are you still attacking me? Where's my buddy? My buddy! Where are you? Buddy, hold on! Bart! Where the fuck are you, you piece of shit? The fuck are you? Where'd you go? You absolute gobsmacking piece of shit. Where the fuck are you? No wonder I'm getting aggressed on so hard. Oh my god, I'm so sick of only getting attacked. Just weird how there's just a lot of attacks at me. Yes, that's a lot of attacks, you know? Bart just is drawing zero fucking aggro. Fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake, that's just not even fucking right. That was a hell of a hitbox right there, I'm telling you. Didn't that break his spines? Jesus, you were able to do that from across the world, aren't you? And he's gone. Well, I don't know if we broke his spines or not. That's one of the side quests, but... I mean, broke the hell out of the top of his spine. Why are you always in the bad position for me? I don't know if I can get a second map. I don't want to get hit by that. This block. Just move. I don't know if I'm supposed to block. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to break, but that's asking a lot. Yeah, it's asking a lot. Bart left me. You piece of shit, Bart. No, fuck off. That's horse shit. That's fucking horse shit. That's fucking horse shit. God damn it. Bart left again. Bart sucks ass. Come on, do an attack. Stop running about weird. Do a normal attack. You piece of shit. So Bart's terrible at this fight. Utterly useless. Impossible to have time to really do anything. Hey, Bart's back. Didn't really need that. Bart, if you weren't always next to me, I might not need to constantly defend myself. I'll reload. There we are. Really? Running away again? Weird. No, damn it, I did the wrong one. God damn it. Again, Nersil is not a hard fight, it's just... I keep doing the wrong goddamn move. Bang, I'm out of the fucking infinite ammo thing. Or not quite infinite ammo, but... For fuck's sake. Does that actually just perfectly time out like that? I think it does. Oh, great. Now it's not jumping. God damn it. This 3-shot sucks balls, by the way. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Oh my god! You keep doing that one fucking attack, and it's just... I keep being in the exact wrong position for it. Oh my god. What are you doing? I can't tell what you're doing because you move around too much. God damn it. I keep forgetting. Are you enraged? Because you do a lot of stuff here. And it's a little weird. God damn it, those 3 shots are killing me. You do nothing with 3 shots. I'm trying to break those spines. Or jaws, but she doesn't pull them out very much. Just move. Bart, are you always gonna get me killed? I'm just trying to figure out, are you on the monster's side or not? Because I just want to know right now whether or not I need to kill you. Still enraged, I guess? God damn, this 3-shot thing is fucking gonna kill me. Alright, we're done. We're done with Pellet. We're done with Pellet 1. Pellet 1 sucks. Pierce 2? That's even worse. Normal 2. And you're running away again. Wow, you run away a lot. You do run away quite a bit there, boyo. Come on, let's just get in there. Where? What you doing? You got an AI loop? Are you dodging my shots now, magically? Kinda tired of fighting this Narcilla, I'm gonna be honest. Kinda tired of fighting him. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hey, cat, where are you? For fuck's sake. Cat. Ugh. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, this Narcilla is just absolutely a grind. What's all this? Why am I getting these things here? Get the fuck away from me, you gigantic pieces of shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. It just... Jesus Christ, you just don't stop moving or attacking, honestly. Like, I know you gotta be near death. It's just... I just hate you. I fucking hate you. I actually hated... I have always hated Nursilla. I'm coming to that realization. I've always disliked Nursilla. Because it kind of does this. All the time. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? You just immediately attack? You really just immediately attack? Are you always enraged? It feels like she's been enraged for like a minute now. Well, we shattered her spines. That's nice, I guess. Why is there always still, no matter what, fucking little things in this goddamn fucking environment? Like, they don't attack it. They don't attack me. They only attack me. Oh my god, I hate Nursilla. You have too much life and you're surrounded by annoyances. Whatever. I mean, it'll die eventually. It just takes her goddamn fucking long because Nursilla has too much fucking life. I hate this fucking aim. I hate it. Come on. Boy, I'm tired of you just existing. For fuck's sake, go away, dude. Good lord, how much life do you have? I think you're limping. Yeah, you're limping, finally. Good lord, this has taken me 40 fucking years to kill you, and I don't have any potion. Whatever. What the fuck hit me? Oh, it was... Just want to move, actually. Get the motherfuck out of here. Where is it? Go away, dude. Jesus Christ. The amount of non-attention my little piece of shit draws is fucking amazing. I mean, my little piece of shit fucking Bart doesn't fucking attack. I swear to God. How else could you explain just him not drawing any aggro? He hasn't drawn aggro in 40 minutes. Nothing. Complete and utterly fucking useless to me. Just, I hate you, Bart. I fucking hate you. Why is Palico so goddamn useless? Always. It's always Palico's just being goddamn useless. Endemic life being a pain in the ass, and Palico's being useless. Name a better duo in Monster Hunter. Though again, the Palicos usually actually aren't that bad. You took a lot of damage. I'm sorry, you took an incredible amount of ammo. I need to find out what the crafting recipe is for some of these ammos, because good lord, 99 just ain't enough anymore. 99 and 99, 99. I'm like, I'm shooting you like 400 freaking times at this point. Kind of running out of ammo. Running out of ammo, guys. I got nothing left. Alright. Some shell stuff, some basic gear, and then shell, spike. Spike and sack. No carts. Easy enough. New materials, we can trade it at the Whiteporium. Sure. Our sellers will show up. I'm not sure I love that. Maybe we do Pierce on him. I don't know. I just don't have a good Pierce weapon. So now we can make a ship. Finally. We got the Gypsros hide. Nersilla's dead, so now the lava flows. What a charming little cutscene. Yeah, it's starting to look like something. How? It's in lava, though. That's a funny looking ship. Not actually a lot of room for quarters. It's stunning, Sniff. I should have known my little girl's blueprint would. Bah! Go ahead, Caravaneer. Give this beauty a name. She's ready to weather the stormiest of seas. I guarantee it. I'm certainly proud of her. I really poured my heart into this one, sir. Caravaneer. At last, the capital C has its own ship. And I've already picked out a name, too. I'm going to call her the Arleuk. It means whale. Ooh, I like that. There's a nice ring to it. With a proud name like that, she's certain to take you far. Hey. Thanks, Chief. Now let's raise anchor and make way for Cathar. Whoa, you're leaving already? Take care, little miss. I know that one day you'll be the finest artisan the world has ever seen. Prepare us for departure, Chief. Hey, double hey, just hold on. You have to take me with you. Huh? Did you just say? Now hold on there, missy. No one gave you permission to leave, grumbled First. But, Prof, I have to go. How else am I ever going to learn anything new? I've got to see the world. More importantly, I've got to see more Wyverians so they can teach me stuff. Besides, the caravan needs me. I'm like their go-to decorations person now. I plan on being a permanent fixture in their smithy. No ifs, ands, or buts. Please, Mr. Caravaneer, please. I'll work my hiding off, I swear. Whimper, wheeze. Sorry, Chief, but I don't think a well-timed breathing emergency is going to stop the miss now. Her mind's made up. All right, little Miss Forge. I like your spirit, and besides, the capital C doesn't discriminate. You're in. Now, how about you give her a nice send-off, Chief? A nice little boost while she rockets into history. But I don't want to rocket my little girl into history. Sniff. Ah, fine. She's human. She probably can't help it. She must get this rebellious streak from her blood parents. But as crazy as humans are, they pull off some incredible things. I wish you the best, little one. Get out there and sap the world dry of knowledge. No matter how far you go, you'll always be my daughter. Oh, Pop. No fair getting me all emotional. I love you too. Okay, y'all ready? How about you, sir? Are you Mr. the Man? I guess I'd better start calling you Teach, huh? Anyway, nice to be aboard, which means... by which I mean this is so incredibly cool. Woohoo! Well, if she's happy, I'm happy. Now then, Kindred Hunter, give the Chief the word and we'll be off. First, I want to talk to you. Stop, Sniff. Hey, you. Yeah, you. You better not let anything happen to the little one. Sniff. She's all we got, okay? Well, no, she ain't, but you gotta understand this is one of them emotional moments. I got a whole bunch of new equipment in stock, so suit up and keep her safe or I'll ball. Alright. What do you got? I do have a Buster Sword. Some basic stuff here, but nothing terrible. War Mace. It's got a bit of green sharpness, quite a bit more. Kind of the same thing, but it is better. I do like Hammer. Hammer's pretty simple. I haven't really done anything with Hunting Horn. I might do something with Hunting Horn. And you sell Bone Shooter Plus now. That's actually kind of nice. Still Bone Staff, still Elite Blade. Got a Wild Axe now. That's interesting. And then the Gun Lance. What about armor? Armor looks the same to me. Alright. Caravan keeps getting bigger and bigger. I have to say, Doodle, my Guildmarm excitement levels are high. After all, we've never had a group this full of energy. It's contagious. And here's the quest. So we only have the level 4. One level 4 was a Hunt and Ursula. But I want to see what kind of gear we get from Ursula. So let's take a look. Nothing in the greatsword area. Nothing there. I don't think there's anything there. It would say new if it was. Interesting. Oh, there's something. That's conga pelt. What, let's see. Negate stamina use, defense, health recovery. Health recovery plus antidote, that's actually nice. Not super strong, but that's attack boost, that's nice. Self-improvement here, protection, nothing too amazing. So War Drum seems like a pretty solid one. The Hunter's Horn isn't bad. It's got that attack boost, which makes it good for damage, but terrible sharpness. Oh, it's got a bit of ice. So it's got health recovery, recovery speed, thunder resist, sonic waves. Not bad. The Nerve Buster. That's our Pierce one, right? Yeah. And it's got a bit of affinity, which is actually kind of nice. What's its fast shooting? It shoots pellet 1, poison 1, and sleep 1. Not super awesome. The assault axe. Oh my. Baroth shell, Baroth scalp. That requires quite a bit, but it's a pretty hefty hitter. No negative affinity either. Well, hold on, no. Yeah, negative affinity. Okay, so that's why. 15%. That's a pretty heavy affinity hit. We haven't used Switch Axe in a while, actually. Or really anything other than what we've had so far. So we got Nursilla stuff. What is Nursilla? Perception, speed setup, and sleep. Not sure what I care, if I care about any of that. Not really sure what perception is. What's the Baroth stuff? So Baroth Gunner. Ooh, lots of attack, defense, precision. That's not bad. Standard Nucilla stuff. Attack, defense, precision. Attack, defense, precision. We do have a little bit of Attack, defense, precision. We lose a lot of health with these if we were to do that when we finally get there. But attack, defense, precision. That's 3 attack there. That's 5 attack there. That's 8 attack there. That's 11 attack right there. So we could do a chest piece with health. Alright. We did kill a Basarios. Not super useful for me. The Tetsu stuff we're wearing is okay, but it's got no slots. We do the... If we did the Tetsu head, that's 2 slots there. We have one right there. That's a 1 slotter. Because then we could put in 2 health gems on it, so that would make it 6 health. And then we could put, so we could have full health up, or a decent amount of health up. 6 right there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's not quite 15, is it? Which is the max. Because, yeah, with the extra slots... it would be... it's 2 right there. So let me count this. It's 2 per everything, right? So it's 2 health there. 2, 4, 6 health. We'll build the Baroth. Oh. That's going to be the rough one. We lose something there. Baroth doesn't have any slots. Not really. Just the 1 there. The 2 there. So that's an extra 4 health. So it would get us 10. So it gets us a little bit of health. Full attack boost. Right now what we have... active for us is we have health up, defense small, auto guard, and gathering 1 is terrible. Yeah, we got bad gathering. Why do we have 8 on our chest piece? How's that 8 health? We have... Oh, is the legs health up? Or chest up? It is torso up. Okay. So torso up there. Yeah, it's not bad. We do need a restock on everything. Oh boy, everything shifted about. Where's my, There's my house. Hey, you got something to say to me? What? This is free, you kid. Palico has to show his appreciation now and then. Palico ticket. Okay. Suppose we could maybe try to make equipment for him. But let's store some stuff here. So we got Palico tickets, monster. And we'll grab that back again. Didn't mean to put that away. Okay, we're doing okay. We got some stuff. And we'll buy and fill up our bullshit here. Okay. Alright. Yeah, we can trade for some Baroth stuff. We need a Gypsros head for that one. Rubbery hide for that one. So my question is here's my thinking. My thinking here. I think I can get to level 10 with the health without too much trouble. But what do we need to make Baroth armor? And should we make Baroth armor? Is Baroth armor actually gonna be good for me? So only hunger goes down. That's not too bad of a thing. But the headpiece, we're not going to be doing the headpiece. The headpiece will keep it Tetsukabra. Because that gives me defense 2, health 2, and 2 slots. Which means I can bring it up to health 6. So 2 defense, 6 health. 5 defense, 6 health, 1 attack. Four attack. Six attack. 9 attack. Damn, we would need the actual last little bit. Unless we can make an attack gem, but then we also lose out on health. Shit. None of this works well. Ah! None of this works well. I'm trying to make this all work. We could make an attack gem. That gives me 1 attack, minus 1 defense. We'll just make it just to have it. So if we skip out on the headpiece... Oh, wrong person. If we skip out on the headpiece... Can we get full health and full attack? Or near full attack? I don't think we can. Because... See, that one's okay with health, but not great. It's just this doesn't really have the things I need it to have. That's really good for attack. We need Velocidrome parts for that one. It sucks because we just need that attack. 3 attack. What if we do headpiece, the Baroth helm? That's 3 attack, 3 guard, and a slot, so it's 2 health there. And then we do 3 attack, 2 health. 3 attack, 7 health. 3 attack, 7 health. 6 attack, 7 health. 7, 8 attack. And then 9 health, I think. This has been 7 health this entire time. That gets me full that, then we can do a final health there. That gets me to 11 health. We have a slot there. So 1 slot there. We need 2 slots for health. We need 2 slots for health, right? So that's 4 health right there. Nothing right there. Where did I get 7 health? What was I thinking? Well, actually, if we do the headpiece of Tetsu with 2 health in there, that's 6 health. And then the chest piece Tetsu, that's 10 health. That's the best we can do. And then these are going to be all Baroth. So that's 3 attack, 5 attack, 8 attack. So we only need 1. So then we would have 10 attack. So we have 1 slot there. That's 10 attack right there with the waist. And this with 1 slot. So then we have 1 slot there. We have the Tetsu head here. That's 2 slots. 2 health there. 2 health there. No slots there. That's Tetsu, then Baroth. And with Baroth, we only need, I think, 1 of these slots. So then we have 2 free slots for 2 health. I mean, it gets us there. So that's 4 health. That'd be 6 health. We just can't quite get 15 health out of this, can we? That's fine. We had 10 health. That helps quite a bit. And then attack, we can get up to 10. And then, I don't know, defense, do we get defense there? That's 2 defense there. That's 4 defense. 5 defense. 6 defense. 7, 8 defense. Oh, that's where we put the last slot. Last slot is a defense slot. So we can get defense 10, health 10, attack 10. Okay. So can we make a defense one? I think we can. What do we need defense? Oh, Azurus and Adamant Seed. Well, we can get the Azuros shell and then just farm for Adamant Seeds. In fact, we might be able to do something like that over here. So we need some of that. We will need some Baroth shell, quite a bit of Baroth shell when we get to it. So I think that's our next little bit here. Deals in herbs, nuts, plants. We need adamant seeds. You don't have adamant seeds. You got mushrooms. Damn, the one thing I need. Adamant seeds. That sucks a little bit. Actually, that attack thing gives me one less defense, so we might actually be short on defense if we use the attack gem. That sucks, actually. Well, either way, we're a little screwed-ish, but not too bad. You know where I haven't been in a while? It's not just Valabar. We need to go back to the guild hall. Let's take a look at the guild hall. What kind of quests do we have available at the guild hall here? So I have Gypsros, Tetsukabra, Kechawacha, Aceltis, more of this crap. Okay, just wanted to check. So there's a Velocidrome and a Tetsukabra there. Alright, so we don't have enough for Baroth. What do we need for Baroth armor? I'm thinking we might just be one defense shy. If we do the attack, I think it's going to be hard to get full health, attack, and defense. But we can try. So we're thinking all Baroth legging stuff. So that's Shell and Monster Bone. Shell. And Shell. So honestly, it's just a lot of Shell. Those pieces. I mean, I can kind of live with that. So
I think we have, what, 4 there now? We can't do the monster L-bones, but we can do the coat. Let's do the coat. Yeah, we got the coat. Let's do the coat. Things, we're not going to equip it right now. Arms. Don't have any slots there. We have 1 slot there. Now, we just might be short. And we can make the cap. Alright. Because I don't think we can do any attack at this point. We would just lose some life. Take a look at my status again here. I think we have something slotted in the helm. Let's take it out of the helm. Sorry, there's a lot of back and forth, but you can't unslot things at your place here. You gotta go to this guy and do it. And the loss of that one really does suck. Technically get more health if we do the Baroth coat instead of the Tetsukabra. But we're kind of maxed health anyway. It's just hard to get that, last little bits there, huh? That's alright. So yeah, we still have full health here. So we could slot something in, technically something else like a defense, but we don't have the defense there, the adamant. I don't know. We lose a lot of defense there for essentially not much, actually. All right, we're playing around a little bit, but that's fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're playing. What can we put in there? We got plenty of health ones. Technically could get a precision. Not sure how useful those would be. That would make my defense go down by 1, and I don't think I can afford that. And defense is just barely at 10. And we'll leave it as such. Nothing's really changed. Still a Tetsukabra and a Velocidrome. I could do some Gypsyros Hunt, I suppose. Just do this guy, get some money. Get some more Gypsro parts. We can trade it for more Baroth shell. And what else do we need for the last pieces of Baroth here? We need Monster Bone L. We have one of you. We have one of you. We just Monster Bone L and all that. Baroth Vest we're not going to make. We're going to try 2 Tetsu, 3 Baroth and see how that works. Let's hunt a Gypsyros. I don't think he gives me Monster Bone L. Who gives me Monster Bone L? I feel like I've gotten them, but maybe not. Hmm. Well, I think we're okay. Let's just go on to the next portion. Screw it. Looks like time has come for you to set sail. Before you do, I need to tell you one thing. These are dangerous waters, so consider yourself duly warned. Anything at all could happen once you go out to sea. Make sure you're fully prepared. That means your about, your equipment, everything. Got it? Right? And enough lecturing. So you're ready to head to the next destination. Want to set sail? I have a feeling we get attacked while we get sailed. So, let's do it. Rain. That's a lot of water getting in that mouth. Oh boy. There. Oh, that's just a straight up Gormagala. And it's pissed at us. That's bad. Really? We're gonna fight a Gormagala? What the hell kind of monster is that? Well, it's no time flipping through the bestiary. You gotta repel that thing pronto. Try to wear down itself with the 2 ballista and the Dragonator on this ship. You can fire either ballista after you load it with ballista, and you'll find some line in the front of the main deck. Dragonator is a whole other story, and it's built on the prow of the ship, and it packs a hell of a punch. Activation show up on the ship's upper deck, up the stairs at the front tip of the bow. You got the monster right in front of the ship. Dragonate them. Just make sure you get the timing right. Don't forget, as always, if you faint 3 times, battle's considered lost, and you'll find yourself back in Hearth. Don't let that happen. All right. Dude, okay? Don't tell me you caught it too. Oh no, you're exhibiting the symptoms of that mysterious virus we've gotten reports of recently. I just test the latest dispatches. As the time of passing or you take damage, the infection will get steadily worse. You have to act quickly. Before the virus consumes you, you have to boost your immunity and overcome it. Doodle will give it everything as much as you got and attack monsters as much as possible to weaken the virus hold on you. I'll keep researching your condition. Take care of yourself so we get... Oh, yeah, well, fine. Fuck you. Okay, for fuck's sake. Can I get to do something for a second here? How do I fire? That's right. What? Did I only get one? I really did only get one. Really only gonna give me one. Well, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, this sucks. What? It just, everything hits me. I literally can't do anything. Pretty disturbing stuff, I'm afraid to say. If you can't fight off the virus in time to saturate your entire body, eventually you'll lose your natural ability to heal and take increased damage from all virus-infused attacks. Well, what the fuck am I... Yeah. Like, again, he has given me almost no ability or time to do anything.
Well, this fucking blows. What a terrible mission. You literally start me off just getting rammed up the ass, and then, like, I got a Gormagala in, like, a 2-inch fucking square fucking hole. Fuck you, game. This is a terrible mission. This is absolutely horrible. Are you fucking joking? Okay, I know the game is just fucking with me now. I get it, I get it, I get it, game, I get it. You're just having a laugh. You're having a bit of a fucking laugh. I wish I could grab her more than just one fucking ammo here. Holy shit. This is dreadful. I just want to move. You know, I just want to move. Boy, this is terrible. Again, this is just a... This is a horrible mission. This is the worst fucking mission I've ever come across. Oh my god. Who the fuck designed this piece of shit? Put them in a fucking jail cell. Oh my god. What an absolute joke of a mission. What a joke. What a piece of shit. You're literally given almost no room to do anything. Jesus, that takes so fucking long to fucking do anything. Oh my god, pull out the shit here. Oh my, this is dreadful. Oh my, oh my. This is dreadful. This is horrid. This is absolutely laughably terrible. What a piece of shit fucking absolute gobsmackingly terrible. I can't think of a worse design for a mission. I like how you get hit no matter where you are. I like how you get hit no matter where you are. I like that. You know, that's cool. I like how you get hit no matter where you are. I like how you get hit no matter where you are. I like how you get hit no matter where you are. I like how you get hit no matter where you are. I'm just gonna repeat this fucking thing until this game learns its fucking lesson about design. Oh my god. I just want to do the right fucking thing for once. The controls are fucking Japanese. And I'm convinced that the Japanese just don't know how to design controls for a game. I'm convinced. I'm sorry. I am just convinced. Like, somebody hurt them. Way long ago. And it's just... They've never been able to recover from this. We still have to do this fight. We still have to do this fight. Alright. I literally just healed and I just... Come on, do your stupid piece of shit attack. Hits the whole god... I can't get around you. I can't... Who designed this fight? It's not even hard. It's just stupid. Goddamn. Gormagala and bullshit. Name a better fucking duo, right? What a horrid I understand it's short and relatively easy. What a horrible, horrible mission. Oh my god. Oh my god. This sucks ass. Oh my Jesus Christ. It's horrible. You slowly gather one fucking piece of shit at a time. So you can, I guess, kind of fight him. I guess you're supposed to sort of fight him while he just with normal attacks on the ship. That's terrible.
You're trying.
Well, the Ace Squad just came in. Wow, this is that again. Not a hard mission. I died mostly just because I was being stupid and refused to fight in a non-stupid way. But that was horrible, horrible. Well, our ship's broken, or somebody's ship is broken. Great. I think it's your ship that's broken. Well, no, ours looks pretty beached, too. Howdy, well, we're not dead. Even you made it, Hunter. A pleasant surprise. Man, Ace Commander is just casting some goddamn shade on me. Bless my heart, that was a shock. Are you alright? Did your phalanges hurt? Would you like a hot meal? I heard what that monster did to you. Sugar on toast. I nearly fainted. Welcome to my village, Chico Sands. There's a little to see here besides me and the felines, but it's home sweet home. Please stay and rest a while, you poor darlings. How much did y'all remember, kindred hunter? Did you see that this deranged fool rammed a monster with his ship? Har har. If he hadn't done what he did, you and me would probably have gotten splattered into so many nautical nuggets. Forgive me for being contentious, Lord Scribe, but I could not allow a ship in distress to go without rescue. I am not certain that describing me as a deranged fool is entirely apt, sir. Like I said, a deranged fool. Har har. Anywho, we managed to wash up on Chico's hands with all our bits intact. Let me tell you, that says a lot about the man's craftsmanship and your bravery, kindred hunter. Still, who'd have thunk we bump into the guild's most dangerous mark? They've thrown all they got at that thing. Even the ace hunters. We still don't know half a word about it. Dangdable luck is what it is. It has a name, at least. The Gore Magala. It is a true menace, vicious, unpredictable. Once its indiscriminate chaos has been wrought, it vanishes. We must learn its habits, what sustains it, and then put an end to the creature as soon as possible, no matter the cost. Lord Scribe, I must insist you leave this dangerous matter to me and the aces. No one expects you to be a hero. Hero? Shoot, son. We just try not to collectively kick the bucket. That dangerous matter of yours came after us. Then might I advise you employ a more capable hunter, sir. Hey now, ixnay on the low blows. I've got a keen eye for hunters. I know something special when I see it. Regardless, we'll take your sage advice and try not to stir up any dung while we strike out for Qatar. What's that, Dairy? You mean you're trying to get to Qatar? Suppose no one's told you then. The village of Qatar was built way up high in the tallest of mountaintops. I'm afraid not even the finest ship can take you all the way up there. What? A village in the sky? Howee. Now that there is a sour pickle. But I love pickles, ha. So I say we hunker down and start finding some way to kiss the sky. Granny, if you don't mind, we're gonna shack up in your village for a spell. Really goodness me, then could I ask you, Hunter, for one teensy favor? Very recently, a dreadfully large monster was wandering into the vicinity of Chico Sands. At Snug Island, you'll find a young feline miss who is absolutely determined to protect the village. It's just off the shore from the beach. Be a dear and see what the miss has to say, would you? Sure. Oh, the Chico Meowkit. He's got market purse and all that good stuff. Gotcha. Where did all these thugs come from? Why won't everyone just leave me alone? Who's there, a hunter? Are you here to scout me? To force me into horrific servitude? Well, forget it. I'm a washout. Palacoward. A nobody. Mew. I can't hunt to save my life. Oh, he's just a little bit of a coward. That's all right. Oh, there you are. What do you got for me? Chico's and a metal merchant calls village of strays, and the name is not the only thing. From the only way you get these Chico sands by losing your way. Opportunity, I believe it is. When you gather man Chico sands, blah blah blah. Oil and told me slag toth oil. I'll be able to make one additional cart when I go trading. I still need the Kelby yarn, don't I? I think I need to do the first Kelby horn thing before it unlocks the other one. Well, let's go this direction. Sunsnug Island. Alright. What do you got over here, Sunsnug? You're sweeping the beach. You are sweeping the beach. Now this is a fine predicament. Whatever I'm gonna do. The Pelicos won't rally to my claws, and the white scruffs are too cowardly to be of any help. There's just no hope left. Meow. I sweep and sweep this feline paradise, but for what? I was ready to care for 20 Palicos, but I haven't managed to whisk up even one. I can't keep doing this alone. Meow, a hunter? Oh, how mortifying. How long have you been listening to my mewling? Well, don't go judging me just because you saw a moment of weakness. I have a broom, I'm ready to use it. Yeah. A large monster is closing in on the village. I mean to protect it. That's why I've been looking for brave and strong wild Palicos to join my claws. Did you see one of the flyers in a bottle I floated at sea? No? Meow. Anyway, wild Palicos are wandering Palicos who don't serve any mousters. I thought they would flock to this island paradise I oversee and become the village garrison, yeah? Right now, the island has accommodations for 20 of them. I was hoping to get at least one. Was it something I put in the flyer? Huh? Wait, Meow. Up there in the sky, something's flying right toward us. Oh, what? Nice. Nicely done. That lion-like physique. If that is anything possible look in your eye, it can't be, is it? You're the ace Palico, Meow. I can't believe I'm standing in front of my biggest hero. Wait, what's this? There's a letter tied to the air, and yeah, let me see. Kungalala has invaded our hideout. Send help immediately, meow, meow, meow. Oh my whiskers, this is terrible. The wild Palicos are in trouble. What's that, Ace? Really? You and your hunter minion are willing to put your fur on the line and go rescue the wild Palicos? Hurry, you're so dreamy. Well, if that's settled, I'll do what I can to provide help here. Like a Meowchin, this island was made for accommodating Palicos. Minion, you're welcome to use these facilities anytime you see them. Just promise you will save the wild Palicos. I know you can do it, Ace, and you too, Meownin. Yeah. Wonderful. Good enough. We got a mission. Well, that was an ordeal and a half. I'm glad no one was hurt. The Orlok made it through unscathed, too. Jewel, I've never seen a monster like that in any of my books. Seriously, it looked downright ominous, huh? Its wings spread in front of us like a tumultuous storm cloud trying to swallow the very sun. Too dramatic. Anyway, you saved our hides, and for that I say thank you. Plus, we accidentally washed up on the secret location of Chico Sands. What are the odds? Chico Sands isn't your everyday village. It's entirely felines plus one Viperian chief. Oh, high fantasy. Let's break out our D20s. I mean, let's decide what we want to do here. What's that, a wild palico wants to deal with the Congolella? Fair enough, I'm sold. It's called the quest Wild Palico Panic. To hunt the Congolella, you need to go to the primal forest, some call it the Cradle Life, which studies abundant flora and fauna, and also explains why a gigantic monster like your Mark would want to move in. Kinda wish you could see the ecosystem firsthand. I digress. Let's get you on your way, Doodle. Congolella waits. Oh, and if you're wondering, Chico Sands guest quest gate is right next to me. Don't get lost. So we got a quest right there in the Congolella. Let's do the Congolella. Don't meet the requirements for this quest. What do I need to be? Where are the requirements? I don't see where the requirements are. I guess we can just do some quick delivery stuff. I don't think there's anything too special here. We could get... Oh, damn it. We need to get some horns. I want to get a little bit closer. And maybe we get a horn? I just need one. Yeah, there it is. Very nice. Alright, the slag toss. I don't remember where the slag toss are. They're in multiple locations. There they are. You guys are actually mildly aggressive, by the way. See? So we need 5 oils. And need to slay at least 7. That's 2. There's 1 oil. So 1 of 5. Anything in 3? Maybe. Yeah, a few. Four, 5, reload. There we go. I think we've killed two slag toss. Not a lot of oil. Takes 8 shots of level 1 to kill these things. What is the power level? Pellet 1. Aggressive little shits. It's 3. 6. Still 8 shots. Basically the same power. I think that's 2 oils. Got a mining location over here we'll grab. Mystery charm attained. Ooh. Mystery charm. Look how aggressive this little shit is. Alright, so nothing up here. You little bastards are here. That's annoying. Another mystery charm. Oh, let's go to 7. We'll just do a nice little looping journey here. We'll just do some normal ones. Two, three, 4, 5. Two, 3, 5. Alright, it takes about 11. We get a sharp claw from that, nothing too fancy. About 11 shots, yeah. 11 shots will do it. Okay. Good to know. We got some conga pelt. Good. We'll end up in 2. I think 2 has some slagtoths somewhere. Or maybe not. Any mining locations? Doesn't look like. We have some honey, which we will get. As much as we can get, even though our gathering is pretty bad, actually. Takes us back to 1. And we'll head back to 4. Once we get there. Come on now. Good enough. See what we get. Ooh, another oil. Good. Raw meat's fine. He's gonna attack me. Six, 7. Oh, that was... He took far less. Yeah, there's some pretty major drop-off on damage on that distance. Wow. Of course, I was hitting mostly headshot there. So we got 3 Slagtoth oils. Not great, but serviceable. Set to 5. Got a little mixture of things here. Take out the known aggressives. No aggressive dead. A brutal bone. Ooh. Don't remember getting one of those yet. Two, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 shots. That's how much stronger this is. And we'll see it also with this one. Two, 3, 4. It's basically twice as strong. Another Slagtoth oil, good. A hide. Save myself a little time. Monster Bone M. Monster Bone M. If you want to spawn here, that's fine. And we got a mining location over there we'll grab. Got some good stuff from that. Let's go to 9. Oh shit. You a conga. You was straight up just a conga lala. Alright. Well, you do shake me a little, don't you? Oh, the shaking is annoying. We'll take an attack here. Just hold on. We should be able to blast through this one. There we are. Nice. Bad move. But we needed it a bit more than I guess we did. Yeah, I know that move. The tremor is a bit annoying. I don't know if I'm going to have enough damage to do this. Especially with this piece of shit really frustrating me. Ah, we couldn't avoid that. Also, where is my Falco not here? Kinda figured you would be. Why did put my weapon away? God damn it. Stop putting my weapon away. You piece of shit. Oh, fuck you. You got me with that. I actually don't know where he went.
Why is my Palico not here? Yeah, this stink sucks. I don't know how to get rid of it. Well, I do. I need a deodorant, but I don't have a deodorant. So shit. Think he went this direction? Maybe. Well, he's not in 3. Think he's in 4. Not really equipped to fight him. And I don't know where he went. He just kind of jumped. It was a vague jump. I mean, he might have just straight up disappeared. Alright. Don't think he would have gone to 1. First area tends to be a kind of a peaceful area. He went to 6. I didn't need to take that hit. I didn't need to... I had to take that hit. There it is. I do not want to get hit into the... Stop flinging shit at me. I don't want to go into the poison here. Come on, just doing a normal attack. Territorial dung, okay. For fuck's sake, why are you not reloaded? I hate that little charge, actually. Might actually be his most dangerous move. That's also very annoying. Mostly because it just puts your gun away. And there's just no way to avoid it. I hate that attack. What are you doing? Ah, that tremor lasts way too long and is way too far-reaching. What am I stuck on?
damn it. Where are you going, dude? Dude, where are you going? Just pick a direction, man. I hate that attack. Well, that sucks. Well, luckily we hit him with a pellet here. And the stink doesn't last too long. Let's get the butterfly while we wait for the stink to end, and then we'll heal up. Royal Rhino. Royal Rhino. Just gotta wait. I don't know if we can kill him. We weren't really here to kill him. We were here to kill the Slagtoths, but he showed up. So, we're gonna try to kill him. Let's take a big heal. Take another big heal. Take a ration. Alright. That's fine. We're out of range. Boy, that Tremor just is absolutely brutal. No, he was close. Alright, so that's about 30% there. Where's he going? Back to 6? It's going back to 6. Oh, damn it. Yeah, we'll mine while we're here. Kenkanga's not a really difficult boy. He's pretty straightforward. It's just the stink and the poison can be a little bit annoying, but recognize the signs, stay away from him, you'll be okay. I don't really have any bombs, do I? Nope, that was a bad timing for that. we're gonna do Pierce 2. Even though we don't have a lot of ammo for it, we're gonna do Pierce 2. It's the only thing even close to resembling damaging ammo we have left. Prefer not to get hit by that. Hate that little run. The only thing that ever hits me. Boy, it takes a long time to recover on Pierce, too. This weapon is not made for Pierce. Is that it? I think that's it. I think he's dead. Nice. They're in poison, that's not good. But we'll heal up. Nice, got a free Congalala out of this journey. I think we still need some slag toss and whatnot, but we can survive. Can we actually survive? Yeah. Transition ended my poison immediately. I don't think it's supposed to do that, but it's a nice benefit. I'll get this mine spot again. This will take me to 5, and there's some slag toss over here. Let's actually check power on this. I'm kind of curious. That's one shot. Three shots. That's pretty strong. Kinda need you to get the fuck out of my view here. It's a monster bow and M. I think we're almost done with slag toth oil. We are. And I'm pretty sure we have... Let's see the difference. I suppose when you hit it lengthwise, the more damage ticks you get, obviously, you're gonna do quite a bit better. And we get a ton of slag toth oil right there. Alright, let's go back to... What's the fastest way to get to 1? I think it is this direction. We go to 4, then to 1. We good. We just need to get to the transition. This is quite a bit longer journey than I thought, but hey, we got a free Congalala out of it. I'll take it. Nice. Nice. No fishing right there? Alright. Nice. What do we got? More slacked off hide. Congalala pelt. What are these? Ooh, team leader 3. And a power C. I don't know what that is. Nice. Nice. So his shop is nicer now. New Lyporium. Cards which conduct wheeling, doing more transactions. Nice. There we are. Let's actually just get some blue mushrooms here. There we go. So we got that request done. Trade materials, nothing really new. Let's check out this guy. Actually, let's check weapons. Anything? No. Nothing with the Congalala stuff so far. Oh, well, we got this. Ooh. So, wrong bow, no negative affinity either. Well, that's got rapid 1, rapid 2, spread 2, pierce 2, rapid 3, rapid 2. Barroth one, that's pretty strong. It's a normal shooter. Rapid fires exhaust 3.
Interesting stuff here. Got a conga cap. What do we got come from Congalala? Gluttony, biology, hunger, eh. I mean, it looks nice. I wonder, could we do cut coup? Would cut coup be at all useful for me? Can't find the rest of cut coup. Well, we got a few things done. Nothing too major, but we moved the story forward. Day 3, day 4, whatever. We're doing good. Kind of did all right here. Nothing too fancy though, but we're getting some stuff here. Do feel like we need a better bow gun, but so I think that's the next thing we realistically should go for is a new weapon. The new armor, we're going to need more Baroth stuff if we want to do that, so we need a new bow gun. The next one is the Nerve Buster, it seems, which is a pierce. A pellet one, fast firing, and pierce. It's only 2 shots also. Well, what about the upgrade? It's my upgrade for this, so he's either Nerve Buster. Excuse me. We could probably get the Congalala stuff. We found one in the wild. We can get maybe some jumbo bones from him and some Congalala crap. Still bad on the normals, isn't it? But it is fast firing normal level 2, so that's actually pretty good. And its power is pretty high. It's got some bad deviation. This guy's a bit faster firing, got that crit, which is nice. But it is that pierce. So if we do get the Congalala stuff, it would be a pretty decent raw attack upgrade. You know, 30 points. It has a slot, which is interesting. Normals aren't great, but that doesn't really matter because I'd be using the crouching fire level 2 a lot. Or as much as possible. So it feels like that's the next thing. Is doing the old, doing more Congalala stuff. Because we're kind of close. We just need to figure out where we get jumbo bones. So we have 2 of the 3 pieces of Barroth we want. We just need Monster Bone L's and Barroth shells. We can get the Barroth shells. Just need Monster Bone L's. Let's just go ahead and get the Barroth shells. Just so I know I have them there. So the second we can find Monster Bone L, we'll have our Barroth set, which will be this guy for attack 3, defense 2. I almost need to write this out just so I don't mess up my calculations here. So of course my pen died. That's always how it is. Pen is always dead when you need it. So let's go back through this. So if we do the Barroth leggings, attack 3, defense 2. Okay. We already have the Barroth coat. We don't need it. Attack 2, defense 2. Attack 3, defense 1. Chest piece. We're gonna keep our it's not Basario, it's not Gypsaros. We're gonna keep our Tetsukabra. So it's health 4. And defense 1. I should probably mark that. This was defense 1. Defense 2. Just making sure. Defense 2. So defense 2, 2, 1, 1. Headpiece has 2 health and 3 slots. How much is it off from defensively? 8 defense versus 5 defense. We lose a little bit. Defense 2, health 2. Let's just stick with what we have here. Defense 2, health 2. So with that, we have 8 attack. 2, 4, 6, 8 defense, and 6 health. Okay. So I would need with the 2 slots in this guy. That's 2 health, 4 health. That gets me health solved. Chest piece has no slots. Arms, no slots. Waist, 1 slot, 1 slot. So we have 2 slots. Hold on. That's why I actually put him on rest. That's why he didn't join me on that hunt. Okay. So I'm thinking we have a bit of a problem. Can I not do anything here as far as... What's the boat? Armory. Market. Quest, Emporium, Kitchen, Smithy, Courier. Let's just go to Hearth here. Because I need to check out what the defensive talismans give me. If and when I can make them. Gives me 1 defense, -1 attack, so I can't really have defense. Okay. So yeah, this really can't work. That sucks. I cannot get attack up with defense up. Because they counter each other pretty hard here. So that kind of shoots my plan all to shit. Like, I could do this and just have health all the way up and attack all the way up, and then defense is just going to be at a 6. Because we have 2 slots that are not being in use, I'm pretty sure. So just 2 attack jewels. That would get me attack 10, and then health 10. And for that, I trade what my set currently has, which is health 15, which is plus 50 health instead of plus 25, or whatever it is. Defense up. So instead of having health defense, I have less health, slightly higher attack. That doesn't really feel like a good trade. I just can't get my defense up high enough. Or my attack. Like, the health is actually... Maybe the health isn't the big thing. Maybe... Because we have so many health gems. Bayoth Cap has 1. Nothing. Nothing. 2... So that gets me to 6. What if we do full bear off? So the Velocidrome Not great armor-wise. What if we just did near full Baroth? What if we did Baroth head? No, we can't get that until we actually have to hunt a Baroth. The nice thing about the way we were doing it before is we just didn't have to do Baroth stuff. If we do Baroth chest, best, that's 1 attack, 2 to 3 defense, so 1, 3. Three, 1. Two. Three, 2. Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. That gets me to 8. That's 8 defense, 8 attack. I just can't get enough attack or defense. I did something like that. It'd be 2 and 4 with these two guys. Or actually, no, it would be 2 and 2, 6 with that. Four, 8. Seven, 9. Ten, 10. So we'd have attack, defense. And how many slots do we have? 1. God, I think it's just like straight up like 2. We have 2, so we'd have 4 health. So we'd have attack, defense, but no health. If we did it that way with the alloy greaves. Because they have the torso up, and that makes it just work. I really like having or the Tetsuka because it's slightly better stuff, right? We could also try going for that. So if we did that, we lose a lot of defense, we gain 1. So that would put us at 6 health, and we would lose the defense. Damn. Just can't quite get it, can we? Azurus leggings just has, again, torso up. Well, if we were to build it that way, basically with Baroth coat, that's 2-2. And 2-2, that's 5-3. Um, 6-6 or 7-9. And then 10-10. I don't think precision goes up high enough. That's 1, 5, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we would have attack, defense, precision all the way up. It's not terrible. Or up to 10. So we have small attack, small defense, small precision, whatever the hell that is. Which I'm going to look up real quick here. No clue what it is, so we have to look it up. Precision 1. Decreases deviation. That's not great. It's not amazing. But it decreases it a little bit. But that doesn't leave me much in the way of what I want. What if we just go straight for the Velocity Ray stuff? That's 1 attack, 2 psychic, so 1 attack there. Two attack there. Six attack there. Eight attack there. $11 attack there. So we have full attack on that one, and that gives me how much? How many slots? That's 1 slot. 2, 3. Four, 5. 5 slots, so I could get full health, full attack on that. No defense. Full health, full attack if we did Velocidrome. I don't think it gives us enough stun to care. Oh, that's 6 stun. 7 stun. 8, 9 stun. 10 stun. So we have 10 stun, 10 attack, and then with the slots we could easily get in 10 health. But not 15 health. Shoot. That's okay, I guess. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I didn't think we had anything. What's our next weapon again? Is it the Conga one? I think it's the Conga one, right? Or it could be this guy. That takes Conga stuff. That takes a little Eodrome hide. And Eopre skin. Don't know when we get those, but that's a 3-5-5-5 on pellets, and okay. Normal 1, exhaust. It's defense 15, standard deviation. Rathian stuff is great for normal. It doesn't have the good firing. I actually think I would go for the Conga one. Just for the fast firing normal 2. The power stinger. And we just need a Conga Lalafane and Jumbo Bones. Okay, so that's our next goal. So let's go back to the regular world. So just Gypsyros and Tetsukabra. I don't care about those guys. Go back to Chico Sands, and we're going to go ahead and end the stream at that. I think this is a good enough place to end it. We did our due diligence. We will actually, before I forget, we're going to stock up on some stuff. We're going to do one of those. Normal level 3. Normal level Pierce. Level 1 pellets, because I guess why not. Level 2 pellets. I think we're good on all this. Good enough. All right, let's head into our shack and save, and we will call the stream at that. Got some progress. I'm thinking, honestly, the Velociprey might be the thing we go for, rather than the Baroth. Because Baroth, even if we build all of it, no matter what, I can only get either Power 10, Health 10, or I can get Power 10, Defense 10. I can't get Power, Health, and Attack. I'm sorry, Attack, Defense, and Health. I can't get all of them. No matter how I try, I just don't think I can get them all. Because even if I do something like the Velociprey thing, I don't think it gives me enough slots to make up for the lack of health. So I end up losing out on health. Because it's got 2 slots, that's nice. 1 attack. So I can get 4 health, 1 attack there. You know, 2 attack, 4 health, 3 defense. Five, 4, no, 5, yeah, 5, 4, 4. Six, 7, 7, 6, 4. That's 10, 8, 4. But again, I wouldn't have enough. No matter what, I can't get my health, attack, and defense up all in one go. So I gotta kind of stick with health, defense, auto guard. Right now, these are the best I got. This right here gives me tons of health and a decent little defense up. That's the best I could get. All right. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Until next time. And as always,